Yo, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's going on? What's going on? Welcome. We are back like cook crack. Diane, what's going on? Welcome. I see you. Doctor, what is that? Dr. Dre Idol. Something like that. Dr. Dre Idol. What's good? Tree Baby Tennessee, what's going on? Good to see you too. Nice to see you. Avion, what's good? Avion Davis, what's good with you, man? J4, K3, what up, Jay? What's good with you, man? Happy birthday, brother. Callie, what up? Callie in the building. What's up? Callie in the building. What up? What's good? What's good, Kaylin? How you doing, Kaylin? Diane Ware. Hey, gang. Click that like. Deidre, hello. What's going on, Deidre? How you doing? Welcome. Been on a 7-day suspension, but I'm out of jail today. It wouldn't let me go live yesterday. Thought yesterday would be the day, but nope. What up, Gypsy? Stone Gator? What up, Stone Gator? Azarbella, what's going on? Cindy, what's going on? Anita, what's going on? Galen, what's going on? Brian, what's going on? What's up with all you guys? T's back. What's good, man? I want to watch this video, then I'm gonna open up the lines. But yeah, we fitting to get it going today. Lisa, what's going on? Hi from how do you say hi from Lisa in Australia? What's going on, Lisa in Australia? T Ranch in Idaho. What's going on? T Ranch, better hold that ranch down, boy. Nick Rose, how you doing, Nick? Welcome, brother. Patty, welcome. Let's see who else I see. Carrie Ann says, "Good morning, everyone." What is that? Time 719 says, "Hi, T-REV. So nice to see you." Yeah, nice to see you too. Lou, T is back. Yeah, I'm back, baby. Truth don't lie. Woohoo! Yes, sir. Sandra, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Trev. I missed you. Thank you. I missed you guys too. Finally, your therapy being live. She said your therapy being live. Yeah, hey. You're back. So glad to see you on here. Nice to see you too. Nice to see all you guys in here. Amy says, finally. My bad, man. That 48 hours video that I played during my last stream got me a 7-day ban from going live. And then next is 3 months. So if I play another video like that, and the video was muted that got me banned. The video wasn't even a video that played with audio. It got me banned being muted, which is crazy. True Texas Girl says, "So glad you are back. Missed you." Thank you. I missed you too. Mom of the 5 Kings. Oh my God. Welcome back, T-REV family. And all new members. Missed you all. Kim's, what's going on? Kim Sparkle, good morning. Good morning. Everybody get your coffee ready. We'll open up them lines here in a minute, but I do want to watch one of these videos because Nancy dropped a new one, and you know what I think about Nancy, but we'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? But Cali Thunder, warm welcome to everyone. OCD, Coffee and Rev. What a way to start the day. Hey, I like that. Sweet ass sugar. Hold up, sweet ass sugar. My bad. I said sweet ass sugar. I mean, sugar is sweet regardless, but good morning. What's going on? Lisa, yay, welcome back. Shayna says, whoop, whoop, welcome back. Oh, man, I'm glad to see all you guys. Donna, what's up, Donna? Nick Rose, what's up? Hot Ham Radio, what's going on? Barbara, what's going on? Wow, great, you're back. Much love from Miami. Damn, I need to pull up in Miami. I want to go to Miami so goddamn bad right now. It's cold as hell outside. You know, it is. Great to see you too, OCD. Karen Klein says, about fucking time, T-REV. About time, man. I'm over it. I'm over all these fucking YouTubers. Sick and tired of them. I'm just playing. Shout out to everybody in the chat, though. We'll leave it at that. Stowe Gator says, what video was it? It was this video, Idaho Murders, New Revelations of Bryan-Kohberger's Unsettling Behavior. That's what I wanted to see. Go Eagles, missed you. Get out of here, man. I hope the Eagles get their ass beat Sunday. We all had withdrawal too. I am boycotting 48 hours. I know that's what you meant. Susu says, hey, T-REV in chat. It's in the evidence. What up, Donna? Had withdrawals, man. See, I even remember the faces of the pictures and everything, but that's funny. Glad to catch you. Hold up. Glad to catch you. Keep on keeping. Absolutely. You got to keep on keeping. We ain't never going to stop. So much info floating around. Who is leaking this stuff? Exactly what I want to know. Who the fuck is leaking all this shit, and why I don't know. I'll keep my comments to myself for now. I want to hear what everybody else has to say, but let's watch this video. Glad you're back. Box of chocolates and Zombie says, glad you're back. Thank you. I appreciate that. Gina says, Trev withdrawal. Welcome back. Skinny Luther says, let's go, my boy. Liz. No good. Hold up. No goddamn cursing. Woo. No GD cursing. T-REV, when you have a live and have anything playing that's copyrighted, you may want to consider putting a fair use claimer. No, I have a fair use claimer right down in that description right now. Always have one. I just got played this time. And they didn't even respond to my yo, what's up, Detective Juan? Detective Juan, man, that's some funny shit. Skitty Luther says the work day feels normal again with T-REV live. I should have been live earlier, but I woke up at 2:30, anxious, was like, yo, I'm going live today, and then passed back out, fell asleep, and then woke up at 9. So I'm like, came in here and hopped right on. Hasn't been the same without you, T. Damn, I appreciate you guys. All right. So, anyways, let me pop up the emails real quick. I was reading a couple comments. Let me pop up the email. Okay, I don't see nothing in that email right now, which I know it'll be slam packed. But let's watch this video first, and then I'm gonna open the lines up, and y'all can call in.
Hi, everybody. Does it never end with Bryan Koburger? Coburger, as you know, stands accused of the slaughter of 4 innocent and beautiful students there at University of Idaho. And in the past days, we learned of reports that Coburger was fired from his job as a teaching assistant there at WSU, Washington State University, about 10 miles away from where the murders occurred. With me is high-profile lawyer out of Jacksonville and also Fed former.
Thank you guys. I miss you guys too.
Dale Carson. Dale, what is your law firm website? Is it dalecarsonlaw.com?
It is.
Okay, I can't believe I knew that by heart. That's scary. So I guess if I ever get a DUI, I'll be calling you. What do you think about these reports? Now,
Nancy, did you just admit to drinking and driving? You better chill the fuck out, girl.
Student, and he was basically a teaching assistant, mentoring young students. He was at PhD level, so I guess they would have been at the either master or the undergraduate level, probably undergraduate level. And from what we're learning, he was let go because he had a, quote, sexist attitude toward women, and that he was, quote, rude to women and graded them differently than he graded men. I mean, doesn't that just fit hand in glove with a misogynistic anger toward women?
Absolutely. I mean,
yeah,
2 of them, misogynist, who is full of himself. I mean, he's full of himself, and
so what we think we know about
Coburger. Narcissists believe that they're really competent when they're not competent at all. They may be confident.
Now, wait a minute. I thought you were a former FBI agent and lawyer. When did you get your degree in psychoanalysis?
No, I did this. I taught this for the FBI.
Oh, darn, I thought I had you over a barrel. Well, it's hard for me to fight with teaching at Quantico. Okay, you beat me again.
Nancy, be funny, man.
A dirt sandwich.
What up, Rhonda?
Look, I see this as just consistent. Remember, previously in his other life,
Shelly, welcome.
From the bar or he prohibited from being in a bar for asking women what their address is.
Is that not creepy? Dale, don't use that pickup line. Especially don't let your wife find out you're using that pickup line in the bar. Hey, what's your home address, Sydney? I would run for the hills as if I had seen a monster.
Absolutely, you would. And of course, this may have been the triggering mechanism for this slaughter that happened in Idaho. I mean, this guy who clearly is not happy with women and is going to take advantage of them where he can, is angry now. He's been discharged as a teaching assistant where he's seeking a PhD. I mean, talk about humiliating. I mean, he's got to be just angry, boiling over. And now all of a sudden, people who were previously targeted become the target for his animus, his anger. And he drives over after he's been fired. He looks to make sure they're still there, which they are. And we know this from the actual, not wiretaps, but the looking at the transmission of his phone signal to the cell towers over repeatedly. And then he finally just snaps, and he does this to these victims.
Can I ask you something, Dale?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said,
Dale
yeah.
Carson, FBI agent / lawyer.
Yeah, you can ask me something. Don't worry about it.
Have you ever had a job where you had to, if not totally suck up to your boss, at least be nice to them? Ever? Have you ever had a job like that?
The silence of the lambs.
He actually had, Coburger actually had an altercation with a professor just a couple of weeks into the job. I mean, you can't just get along for 2 weeks without fighting with another professor.
What up, Mar?
Well, you know, the only way to figure out what somebody's going to do in the future is to look at their past. And when you do this in connection with Coburger, we can see that he is an individual who has a lot of anger and hostility, particularly toward women. And although this wasn't necessarily a predictable outcome, it certainly is an outcome that follows with the evidence. And in this particular case, there's a substantial body of evidence to suggest he did this crime. He may be innocent until proven guilty, but the substantial nature of the evidence against him seems irrefutable.
Dale Carson, something I used to love to do when I was trying cases and still do it now. I like to take one piece of evidence. And I learned this from an earring that was found near the body of a Jane Doe who was a victim of who I believe was a serial killer. And we could get him on one case, one, where the earring was as opposed to the other earring, just a lot. And I thought about what can that one earring prove? It proved to me that the murder happened somewhere else, and this was a dumping site. It proved to me that there was a struggle because it had been ripped out of her ear. I mean, I went on and on and on. I ended up being able to prove like 4 or 5 things based on the location of the earring and how it got there. Let's think about this, Dale. Let's just think about this for a minute. He had an altercation with a professor just a few weeks into the job as a teacher.
There we go.
Then, hold on, wait for it. Then he had to meet to discuss a problem with his professional behavior.
Missed that. Oh my God.
They discussed the way he was treating women, that he was, quote, sexist and graded them differently than he
dude's not being framed.
Sexist attitude, rude to men, graded women differently. Then later on, there was another altercation with a professor. Another altercation.
And who's that?
And then he was officially terminated 10 days later. Don't you think he would have learned the first time he had an altercation with a professor? He's just a TA, a teaching assistant. They're a dime a dozen. They're a student that's making extra money.
Thank you, Marie.
Or getting a break in tuition by helping, mentoring younger students. And he fought with the professor not once, but twice. So my question is, what can we learn from his uncontrolled behavior and his lack of impulse control? And as you said, in nicer words, when you don't know a horse, look at his track record. What will he do behind closed doors with a sleeping
didn't have no track record criminally?
He'll do this with a superior.
Well, here's the thing that frightens me. These women, and it's in the record, frankly, knew that there was something wrong with him. They knew, because fortunately, women have an ability to sense out that stuff. and it makes the hair stand up on the back of their neck.
Thank you, Ashley.
And they know that the person's going to be a problem. And clearly, that was information.
I've been
that was
grounded,
never
but I ain't
fully
grounded no more.
metabolized by the institution where he was seeking his degree. And the fact
Boss
that they
the
kept
sauce.
asking him if he wouldn't change his behavior is a big clue about the universally bad manner in which students are instructed today. When I was growing up, if that had happened and you'd mistreated somebody and it came to everybody knew of it, all of a sudden you'd just be out of a job right then. There wouldn't be any
Thank you. I need coffee.
time for you to think about whether or not
Blood.
you could improve your behavior. I mean, that's frightening to me. And all those women that he was attempting to teach.
Adding up. It really ain't.
Attempting to stalk. I wonder how many of them.
Thank you,
he
Ma. I
actually
miss you guys
stalked.
too.
What do you think about that?
No, well, I think that's exactly the mechanism. We know that molesters develop patterns and methodology.
I like Dale Carlson because he just like I don't know he gets that shit to a T.
Really, for tracking potential victims.
Let's
And
think this
it's a
thing through,
wonderful-
Dale. If he was being stricter on women in the grading than he was on men, I mean, if you want to get a date with somebody, the last thing you're going to do is give them a bad grade, right? So what does it mean that he desired women, but yet he was harder and
I'm
more
back.
strict with women than he was with men? And also, it tells me he cannot change his behavior, even in a professional sense. Like, he
and
can't
it would be
stop
interesting
himself.
to see.
No, they won't. Nancy's my wife. I got connections now. Okay, Nancy's my wife. We've made a pact here that I can't be banned if I play Nancy's stuff. All right, we're gonna keep that pact here. We got to keep that pact going.
It would be interesting to see.
Thank you, Sandra.
Which women were given good grades, because that would give you an idea of his attempt to manipulate them into a position where he could take advantage of them.
Impulse control, for instance.
Agreed.
He became obsessed with criminology. He wanted to work with police to go to crime scenes, see crime scene photos.
I'm sure you did.
That
Sick
didn't
bastard.
work. That didn't fulfill him. It kept going and going till he stalked these people on social, started going to their house all the time, spying on them, breaks in. He still didn't stop. Then he attacks him, stabs him, still didn't stop. Stab. He wouldn't stop. He couldn't stop. We see that in this behavior. He treats one woman after the next rudely and in a sexist manner. He is reprimanded for it. There is no change. He could not stop, even though he knew he was risking losing his job. When he started stabbing, he couldn't stop. He couldn't stop himself at any
She's
point
right, though.
in the scenario we're laying out.
She's right.
That would be my argument.
Well, and of course, the pattern of these individuals who are so full of themselves, they don't think anybody else.
She's right.
So our opinions don't matter. His is the most important. And I can see him pressing that forward with his professors that are trying to correct his behaviors. It just wouldn't work.
What up, Marlena?
And of course, he was now in a situation where being cast out from that group would be just absolutely devastating. And he would have to blame somebody else. He couldn't absorb the blame himself. He couldn't say, you know what, I did this to myself. I should have behaved better. I shouldn't have been so hard on those students. But that's not his ability. His ability is to focus that energy on an outside party. And that's what, in my view, triggered the anger and frustration that appeared in that night that he slaughtered 4 people.
Also, what can I learn from this one incident? He had a meeting about his behavior with his bosses just before the murders.
Yes. And you know, although he's an organized killer.
Thank you, Kathy.
There are 2 types, organized and
Thank you, Arlene.
Mm-hmm.
For the organized killer, time becomes really a critical feature.
Right.
For disorganized killers, it's not a critical feature at all because they don't have any awareness at the time.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that happened for him in the killings was that he ran out of time. And he ran out of time. He couldn't prepare to clean up his
The fuck did you just say?
act, if you will, or to hide evidence. And I know
The whole
recently there's
YouTube
some
felt
information
lonely
that
without
you
you.
brought
Thank you.
forward about 2 months ago when we started talking about this, and that's the sheet
with this channel.
that he had.
I like it. Thank you,
that
Stillwaters.
sheet
I appreciate
that
you.
had Marine emblems on it. You know,
Shout out to
there was
Knoxville.
some question about whether he left it or not to misdirect him, and that's current information. I mean, that's just coming out today. But you and I talked about that several months ago, that there was a good possibility he did that. His failing
My man,
was
boss.
to take enough time to make sure there was absolutely no DNA on that sheet. And of course, if you're to believe the government's position,
Well, I'm
it
back,
was
baby.
They who found on the snap his DNA, which ultimately led to the affidavit for his arrest in Pennsylvania.
Karen, you're right about that. You could be an ass. It don't make you a killer. And she's right about that. She is right about that. How many assholes do we know? We can start with grandpas to old heads, even just some younger people are just straight assholes, period. You know what I mean? They're just a dickhead. You just walk by them and they look at you mean and they're like, you know, they're just those growly, barky type people. You got plenty of those out there.
Another turn, we have learned that Pennsylvania police are sifting through cold cases for possible links to Bryan Koburger.
Right.
Now, we've been talking about that for a long time, but now we're getting official confirmation that 2 law enforcement offices in Pennsylvania are reportedly sifting through cold cases.
Everybody take a second and pray for Cheryl, boys. She said, I'm hooked up to a heart monitor and went for a CAT scan yesterday. I'm radioactive. LOL. Had to drink this awful tasting stuff. Well, for somebody that was hooked up to a heart monitor and a CAT scan, you know, you added a little LOL in there, had to drink this awful tasting stuff. I'm glad you got a up spirit. I don't know what you're going through right now, but I do pray for you, and I hope everything. Let me know. I'll be looking for your comment, Cheryl, on what is wrong with you. You don't have to tell everybody, but our prayers are for you and with you.
To search for links to Bryan Koburger, Northampton County and Lehigh County started looking for links following his arrest. What do you make of that?
I remember
Many
that
people
shit.
have surmised, have pontificated, for lack of a better phrase, this ain't his first rodeo. Do you believe, yes or no, he has struck before?
Well, it's hard to know. This killing that he's accused of course, is monumental when it comes to the effort that he has to go through. The startup period that led to this, if it actually came from the school and the problem he was having there with being discharged, took a lot of time to get him wound up and to do this slaughter.
Thank you, Blue Hockey fan.
It really, he certainly has tried to approach people before. I don't think there's any question of that. But to actually step over the line and injure somebody, I think we would know that information.
You know, we're back, baby.
Certainly local law enforcement, at least in Pennsylvania, have looked into that. The problem is everybody's so mobile today. He could have killed somebody in another state, in another time frame. And so you just don't know. But that's what VICAP for the FBI is all about. That's the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program. And what they do is they take all the information from all of the various killers all over the country and they crush them down into modus operandi.
Thank you, Boston Hippie.
So that's where we're going to find out.
Detective John always mentioned that. What is it? Modus operandi? Detective John was always mentioning that. Who's going to break in the lines this morning? Because as soon as this video is open or done, I said open. As soon as this video is done, I'm opening the lines and let's get the calling in because I know you guys heard tons of stuff about this case. I've seen about it in the Discord all week long. I've looked at stuff. Where's your mind at with this case?
he's done this before, or through the DNA
Thank you,
that
DC.
is now so effective in identifying people from decades ago that have killed individuals. As long as that evidence is kept, the chain of
That's a
custody
fact.
preserved, and the evidence of these
That's a
murders
fact.
preserved, where they're able to go back decades and identify somebody who's been there and was a potential suspect perhaps at the time, but there was not sufficient evidence to actually
You know,
charge him.
another thing is he may not have committed murders before, but he may have, and I fully believe he has, stalked before, peeping Tom
I'm gonna start a poll.
before, maybe assaulted before.
That is so smart, Nancy. Let me just tell you, when I taught this, we found individuals who would climb 30-foot trees with a pair of binoculars to watch a potential victim.
Whoa, wait a
And would-
minute. Climb
Hold on, let me add
30
this option.
feet up a tree to what? Look in a window? Are you serious?
Absolutely.
That's a killer waiting to
But-
happen right there if you're going to climb a tree 30 feet. Dale Carson, have you
I
ever
don't-
climbed a tree?
Oh, I have, certainly.
I've
I got a
climbed a
chainsaw.
tree. Oh, yes, we climbed trees. In fact,
Okay,
I was up
there's
in
our
the
poll.
tree the first time I could ever pronounce R. Little known fact. When I was growing
Thank
up,
you,
I
though,
couldn't say
replay crew.
R.
Let's see.
I'd say Wivel. And that's really bad if your name is Nancy Grace.
Yeah. T-REV, we all miss you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you,
And I
thank you,
climbed
thank
up a
you.
tree and I was
I miss you guys,
practicing
too.
my R's. Of course, we didn't have speech therapy or anything like that then. And I was going Wivel, Wivel. I thought he said river. And I heard it. And I jumped in and ran through the house going, river, river, river. So it's not easy to climb up a tree, Carson. And you're
Well,
telling me
but
there
it
was a guy that
depends.
climbed
399,
30 feet
baby.
up a tree just a peeping Tom?
Well, think about this. This is a biologic imperative
Glad to have you, Will.
driven by an
Thank you, brother.
obsession. And the combination of those two
Will to be.
exponentially leads to an energy that I don't think most
Hard to
people
get
can
away
well
with
understand.
You just
It
used
is
a
hard to
lot
get
of
away with,
words
man.
to say masturbate, didn't
All
you?
right. Well, I mean, if you're crazy about looking at some
Oh,
gal
my
through a
God.
window in the middle of the night, you're going to do what you have to do, just like I believe Coburger did by laying out in the back of that house and watching the montage of windows,
A plethora
that
of
would appear in front
assholes.
of him, backlit, so that he could see directly into the rooms of these individuals that he ultimately is accused of slaughtering.
You know what, Dale? I bet he
recognize
did
in
that
this chat,
many
too.
more times than we know. And I remember in the warrant it said at least 12 times. They're not limiting themselves to just 12 peeping toms. That's what it boils down to. I think he is peeping.
Thank you
Toms
guys for praying for her.
before.
She really needs
I
it.
think that he
I don't know
may
what she's
have
going through,
groped
but
women before. He definitely belittled them or had misogynistic attitudes toward them before
you're
this.
so right here, because women this is statistical, and I taught it back in 1989, 90, and I can just tell you that women are very reluctant to report that.
So what got me pinched was watching the last stream that I did, the last live stream that I did. I had a 48-hour video on. It was muted, and they pinched me for it. It wasn't even playing. I was on the website and I was looking at something else, and they hit me with a 7-day suspension from going live. The next suspension's 3 months, so 90 days will be next.
That kind of behavior. So the frequency with which it
What up,
happens,
Judy?
we don't really know
Good
the
to see you, girl.
actual statistics, because women are concerned about reporting it. And it previously, years ago, of course, it was considered a woman's fault if that happened. Now we've since matured out of that and understand that the men are responsible for their own behavior. But for many decades,
it didn't take me. I didn't have a dawning. I knew that the first time I heard about it, that it's the man's fault. It's the attacker's fault. But I am wondering if he had groped women, brushed up against them in
No
an
one knows till
inappropriate or
trial.
intentional manner. I guarantee
That's
you he
called
did.
pottery, what that's called.
Yeah.
And it happens in elevators frequently. And that's why if you ever get on the elevator with strangers, you push all the buttons. That's your first step toward personal
Oh,
safety.
does this mean you've
Welcome.
read my book, Don't Be a Victim? Because that's in there, elevator safety. Okay, so what can we glean? We know that he couldn't stop himself. He could not control his behavior. He could not keep the bus in the middle of the road, even when he needed to save his job. He still couldn't do it. He could not change his behavior.
Method of operation modes
And I
operanda.
think Dale Carson is right. I guess I'll say it too. I'll jump on the bandwagon. This ain't his first time at the rodeo.
Hey, Penny.
I don't know to what degree he has broken the law or violated women in one way or another.
Turn your gifting on. Hold up. I'm about to give away 10. Turn your gifting on real quick. I got to give away 10 memberships to you guys. It's been a while. I haven't been on. Let me go ahead and give you guys 10. I'm going to give away 10 real quick. Make sure you got your gifting on. Because I'm giving away 10 right now as we speak. I'm over here on this where you can't see on the other screen. Membership gifting. What is 10? 49. What should I do? 20. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, you know what? We'll do 20. We're going to do 20. I don't like 10. 20 sounds better, right? 20 just sounds better, and it's a better number, right? We like 20. And that's how we're going to rock with it. We're going to do 20 right now. Hold up. Make sure you got your gifting on. Why does it keep doing that to me? Okay. Make sure you got it on. I'm going to open up the lines here in a second. Let's do this. All right, here we go. 20. 20 for y'all. Add it up. All right. There it is. There's your 20. All right. I just wanted to give 20 since I ain't been back in a while. So there's 20. Thank you. There you go. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the gifted too, Lollipop. Thank you. I appreciate you. So there's 20 given to y'all. I wanted to, you know what I mean? We're going to be giving back this week. So, because I ain't been on in a minute. Why climb a tree when you have a night vision telescope?
But
that's a fact.
This is not.
So call in at 219-885-9693. Do not disturb is turned off. I'm on a brand new computer. Hopefully it never crashes again, because last time it was crashing, but we should be great this time. Call in at 219-885-9693. I want to hear what your thoughts are. What is your thoughts on with everything going on in the case, especially them talking about Zaina being the last one and her grabbing the knife? Like, how would they know she grabbed the knife? 870, what's going on? 870, what's going on? You're live.
What up, T-REV? It's your boy, Boss Macker.
Boss Macker, what's going on, my boy?
Nothing much. How you doing, man?
I'm hanging in there, brother. Hanging in there. Finally glad to be out of YouTube jail.
Yeah. I'm glad to see you on live, and I see that the world is too.
Yes, sir. What's the word with you, my boy?
Man, I'm still stuck on stupid, bro. I need to see that video, the body cam footage from the Moscow police interacting with Brian Coburger on August 21st. Bro, I need to see that.
So you need that validation.
I need that, bro. That's what's been keeping me up. Long time, bro. Long time. If I could see that, then you know, probably sleep a little bit better. But bro, they've released all this body cam footage about this and that and this and that. Why not that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because like in my head, like I've experienced it in Idaho. Personally, they taken my gun one time and didn't even, you know, write it in the report. To this day, I don't even know what happened to that gun. So it's like, are they capable of taking a knife?
Yo, that's what. Yo. Now that you mention that, when I caught a gun charge in Maryland, and I went, they said that I could get my gun back, right? Because it's registered in my name. They only took it from me because I was cross state lines and I had a hollow tip in the chamber. So they took it from me. I went back to collect it, bro. They had it nowhere marked in the books, nowhere. Nothing at all.
Exactly. And like in my situation, I knew not to even go and collect it, because when the cop took it, he straight up told me, he said, dude, this is going to my wife. It was like a little pearl handled Deuce 5. And he's like, it never went into the record. So that's why my brain says they're capable of doing things like this, because it's happened to me personally. So a knife, yeah. So like on your poll, I answered 50-50. Can it be him? I don't know. Is there a possibility of police corruption? Yeah. And if I could at least see that video where I know that they interacted with dude, and I could go to sleep.
So, bro, you're gonna tell me that that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. I need to see that video too. Where can we find it? Trial.
Man,
That's where it's gonna be.
Talk the truth and transparency, man. She knows how to get the most incredible videos out of nowhere. I don't know how she does it.
She got all the videos that everybody is talking about right now, and I can back this up because I've been seeing it myself. Truth and Transparency got every video that they're now playing along on the news, like the body cam footages. We seen all those before he got arrested, or not, yeah, right before he got arrested. I'm pretty sure she dropped those videos.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Yep. She dropped all those body cam videos that they're now all playing with Kaylee out back. And right. I've seen all that stuff. I'm like, damn, I've seen that on Truth and Transparency. She had those body cams.
Because think about it, man. Like certain states or even certain communities might have the 2-inch blade law. Like, oh, you can have a knife on you, but the blade can't exceed more than 2 inches. So say they interacted with the dude on August 21st. This is just hypothetical thinking, And, oh, man, what are you doing with this knife? You're not supposed to be having this. We're going to take this.
Right.
But like I said, I just need to see that body cam, And here's the other thing, too. And you remember in one of the body cam footages where they went to the house on King Road when they had the ride along?
Uh-huh.
The body cam footage where they had the ride along, right?
Yeah.
And he was asking the process, what does it take to become a cop? I remember one of the cops said something like, oh, man, we fully investigate. Like, we'll even fly out to where they're from, and we'll go to their last places of employment. We'll go to their house, their school, and everything. And, if Moscow has that policy, I'm pretty sure Pullman might as well, too. So that's another, little rabbit hole as well, because I'm sitting here trying to think, if Bryan Koberger didn't do it, then how did that knife sheath get there? And if it was a police setup, have they ever had interactions with this dude? So if they flew to Pennsylvania to do some investigating on the dude when he applied for the Pullman Police Department, who's to say they didn't find his old knife from a high school that got taken from a high school, or some incident, a place of employment was like, oh yeah, he came to work one day with this knife. And, I'm just, I have to turn over every stone. So that's why I think the way that I do. And,
yeah.
I still just have a hard time believing it's one person that did this, bro. There's 4 or 5 cars parked out in front, which means minimally 4 to 5 to 20 to 25 people inside of there. It was known that 150 people were in there the day before. What kind of robotic elephantitis of the scrotum person walks in a house with a knife and does this, gets away with it, leaves 2 people alive, walks around free, drives across country? Come on, man. Something just ain't right, bro.
Yeah, there's something off about it, man. I mean, what's your percentage on they got the right guy?
50,
right now,
50, man.
Right now, you're 50-50?
Yeah, because I think one of his biggest admissions of guilt is when they first got him in custody, and when he said something like, am I the only person that you got, or did you get the other person, or something like that? Do you remember?
Yeah, it can't like a cat and mouse game. You know what I'm saying? That's what I got from it. But
and to me that's like a slight sign of admission of guilt. Because if it was me and I didn't do anything, you see me on camera, I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. I didn't do this. They got me fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Excuse my French, but
nah, you're good, bro. I don't. I don't care about that. I don't got no cuss word policy over here.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, if you really didn't do something, your flame is going to go out different than somebody, that had something to do with it. If you have something to do with it, you're going to do, like you just said, play cat and mouse games. Oh, did you get the other person too? Or am I the only one you got? Like, so he has something to do with it, but I just don't think I don't even know. Maybe Moscow wanted to hire him as a cop, and this could have been like an initiation process that they do. I don't know.
Ooh.
And it went sour. And, but it something smells rotten in Denmark, my friend, and I guarantee that your homeboy Sal.
So you're talking about so you mean like an initiation? Like, and let's get this right, because we both come from them streets. So what happens when you go join the gang? What happens when you join the Bloods or the Crips? What do you got to go through?
Man, you better get down or lay down, bro.
Is that what you're saying? So is that what you're saying with Bryan Coburger in the police office?
Man, look at the Tyree Nichols case in Memphis, police gang. Look at what's going on in LA with the LAPD police gangs.
God.
Look at New York. They got their own police gangs. You know what I'm saying? So it's like now that Moscow has a new built police jail and they're getting Chargers and newer cars, they're probably on that mentality too. And it's just, I don't trust them. And it's just, this is the world we live in, and people need to pull that veil over their eyes and recognize what we're dealing with. Why else is all this all this media exposure? And you see what I'm saying? You got to ask all them other questions, because right now there's 4 people getting killed with a knife somewhere in America, and no one's going to even know about it. You know,
and you're right about that. You know that, right? You're right about that. And I think this hit across the nation, across everywhere, the world, because man, look at the town it's in, bro. It's in a town where the schools are marked the best, and college wise. Like, I mean, it hit. That's why it went the way it went. I feel like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it did. I mean, it's a horrible tragedy, but we have tragedies like this all the time. You got people that, matter of fact, down the road, a dude killed all of his whole entire family with a gun, 6 people. I didn't see that nationwide. I seen it on the news here. I didn't see it nationwide, and this was like a year and a half ago when I first got up here by Chicago, where I'm at.
I got a question for you. You shoot dice? You shoot dice, right?
Back in the day, I did.
Right. Yeah, me too. I quit, but. If you see someone or you yourself personally hit 3 7s in a row, right? Mm-hmm. That either means you're playing with somebody with trick dice or you're just a really lucky mofo, right?
Exactly.
So I look at it like this. A month before this murder happened, Moscow made international news when they interviewed the Douglas Wilson and his cult church there in Moscow. Boom. The murders happen. And that makes international. Secondly, the murders happened in Moscow, Idaho, international news. We're still talking about it to this day.
You're damn right.
Thirdly, the shooting in Pullman that happened, not too shortly after that made international news as well. And we're talking in an area that has a conglomerate of maybe 50,000 people, bro. Like, these are not big areas. They're really isolated. And it's like, why is this little tiny area getting all this exposure out of nowhere? No one even knew that there was a Moscow, Idaho, or a Pullman, Washington until 2 months ago. Right. Except people that come from that area.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just like, once again, there's something rotten in Denmark. Something ain't right, bro. If I see someone shoot 3 7s in front of my face, I'm out of there.
Yeah, you most likely got rigged dice. Yeah. Hey, I appreciate you calling in, boss, man. It's been over 5, but I had to let you go over a little bit. I ain't talked to you in a minute. Last time I heard you, I was actually watching Midnight Radio Show. And and that's when I seen people in Discord talking about, he made a thing with you talking about it's just the thumbnail, I guess. People hit me up and I tuned in and listened. I was like, I don't really hear nobody talking shit. And then I called in to tell them, just to let them know, like, hey, that phone call that I got and that dude going on Hidden True Crime, like, I gave Hidden True Crime the phone number. I gave my team in the Discord the phone number to find out who this guy was. This wasn't no regular phone call in. You get what I'm saying? This wasn't no regular phone call in. I dug through 80,000 phone calls to debunk that was even Bryan Coburger that called into my show. So, you got to think about it. For the families, boss, I did what I had to do for the families, because at the end of the day, the families needed to know whether that it was him that called into the phone to the show, because they're gagged right now. Everybody's gagged. They wouldn't know. Mm-hmm. They wouldn't know. They could be speculating that this dude called in the T-REV's podcast and played a cat and mouse game, and you know what I mean, and did all this weird shit. That some families could speculate on that.
No, and I didn't fault you for any of that. I thought it was chumpy that the dude didn't respond directly to you. That's exactly what he should have did. Mm-hmm. He had plenty of opportunities to do that. And when I saw him do that interview, I was like, oh, dude's a straight chump. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, there was nothing but love. You saw, if you listened to that show, I came up off the rip because I saw people were trying to say this, say that. I was like, nah, man, homie T-REV, he's straight solid.
He was going through tooth pain. He was going through a lot of shit, running out 8-hour lives. I heard that. I heard your whole phone call, dog. I was there.
16-hour live. And I, you know, as far as the management, I didn't mean like Suge Knight management.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Nothing like that. It was just kind of like the situation when your phone was buzzing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, it's like, hey, T-REV, move the phone a little bit. And it's just, we all need that. I need that with my crew. You know, I have, you know, a staff as well. And people, they have, even though I'm referred to as boss, I still need people to tap me on my shoulder and be like, no, homie, you should have turned left and not right there. Or,
yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. We all need that.
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
But man, I ain't trying to hold it up. Man, God bless you. I love you. I love your peoples. And man, just keep turning over every stone, bro. Oh, you know, I gotta say it, man.
Hold on. Let me turn that shit off. My damn alarm's going off. My extra one to wake me up. Go ahead. You gotta say it.
Man, I wish y'all would just go ahead and hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't nothing but free 99, and we all got time. You know
Let's get it.
So just hit that like button. I already did. I'm not asking y'all to do something that I ain't, you know, willing and capable of doing myself. Just go ahead and hit that like button.
My man, I appreciate you, man. I thank you for calling in again. Once again, I know I'm gonna hear from you again because I've been hearing from you from the last month and a half. Every time.
Since day one.
Since day one. Yeah, since day one. That's a fact. And I appreciate that, boss. Thank you for calling in, my boy. God bless you. And I hope I hear from you again soon. Maybe again today.
Already, bro. Let's see if we can get Sal on the phone, man. I need a good laugh.
Oh, yeah.
Man.
Sal definitely gonna be around. He made a Twitter just to find my ass, bro.
Oh, bless
he
his
did.
heart.
I swear. If Sal, if you can hear me right now, I love you, Bubba. He made a Twitter to find my ass. He was like, T, where you at? I miss you, man. I'm like, yo, look, man, I've been at YouTube jail. You know, so
yeah. Let me get going so you can get someone new in here, bro.
No doubt, my brother. God bless you. Stay up, and I'm gonna hear from you soon, boss. Shout out to boss, man. Quality of that, great. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. What is your thoughts? 252. What's going on?
Big Luke, Carolina.
What's going on, my man?
What's going on, sir? How's it feel to be back?
It feels great to be back, man. It feels better than ever. You know, I was going for, it felt like 3 weeks. But I'm back.
Right.
I'm back, man. What's going on? What's on your mind?
You back on the block. It's good to have you back, man. We was all jonesing out there.
I know. I see it every day, the comments, man. I'm like, damn, I can't, you know. But I was live on my other channel, but I only got like 500 subscribers on my other channel, so. And it's a different type of channel anyways.
Right. Along the lines of that last caller talking about him about Brian asking about was anybody else arrested? You know, I kind of was a little leery about the theory, but now it kind of makes a light bulb go off in my head about the fact of this not the fact, but the theory that maybe he did leave that sheath intentionally with all the insignia of the military to plan it or to put them off on a military guy, thinking he was so smart, and really he wasn't, because
right.
He accidentally left the DNA on the sheet.
Right on the snap.
Right. As far as him asking questions about did anybody else get arrested, you know.
So do you think that he left it on purpose?
I didn't. I absolutely did not. I'm thinking he's been really dumb all the way along, but maybe that was just his thing, his great theory of how he could lead them astray, and
right.
It backfired on him. You know, I'm starting to be like giving a little bit more credence. But you know, we'll find out in the end. But I'm going to bounce along another subject that I really wanted to get into, which is probably something you are tired of hearing about, but I'm going to get how you feel on it and put that out there.
I'm not tired of hearing anything at this point.
Well, here's that thing that's been a little thorn in your side this whole time, but maybe you're a little relieved. Gonna get your feeling on how you feel about that, and that's the voice that was clarified.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you're glad it's been clarified. It's all been cleared up. But how do you feel about how it was presented on that podcast?
All right. So that night, I'll tell you the story. Dave going forward to Hidden True Crime. I had hit Hidden True Crime up. They were compelled. They told me they 100% thought that was, allegedly speculating wise, Hidden True Crime really 100% thought it was Bryan Koberger that called into my podcast. So, and then I checked them out and I see that they're stamped forensic, type of team. They're a forensic type of team. They got credentials. They're on, different news stations. They got their own YouTube channel. They're really legit people of, trying to get justice for people. So she reached out to me on Twitter. I gave her the information to get in touch with Dave. She gets in touch with Dave. She says she messages me on Twitter, which I don't get my messages right away. Sometimes I don't even get a notification that I got them. But that night I fell asleep early. She messaged me. It was like, I think it was 12 my time. I was out like a light. And she was like, we want to invite you to come on. So I was supposed to actually be on that podcast with all four of them. Well, all three of them.
Right.
So, but them getting down to the bottom of it is what I wanted. I didn't want this phone call out here being speculated on as being Bryan Koberger if it's not Bryan Koberger. And that was my niche the whole time, is that this phone call with allegedly Bryan Koberger, because his friends 100% said it's him. Some of his friends did. I wanted that to be cleared up if that wasn't the case, because it was possible when I found that phone number, it was a Utah phone number. So, there was things that needed to be cleared up in order to say, hey, this was him. But no, at the end of the day, it ended up not being him. And I'm glad that Hidden True Crime got to the bottom of it. But Dave, that I've reached out to you, texted you, left voicemails, and you could have picked up that phone and me and you could have made a video or just had a phone call. I could have recorded it, put it out to the people so the families didn't speculate on if Bryan Koberger called into a podcast on YouTube, period. That's where I'm at with it, and that's how I feel.
Yeah, I felt like, he was total, I guess what you would call a douchebag, allegedly. Let's just say allegedly.
Right.
But the way he acted. But I'm glad you clarified that for me, because originally when I saw the podcast, I was kind of pissed I didn't know that maybe they had reached out to you and collaborated with you, tried to get you on and whatnot. But it almost seemed like it was a hit spot on you. And
no, they were helping me, actually. They reached out to me and they were actually going to bring me up there, and they had a professional forensic voice analysis person that was going to go up on podcasts with us four. It was going to be Lauren, John, me, and this forensic specialist. But I gave her that information, and she somehow got a hold of Dave. You know what I mean? She somehow got a hold of him. And
right.
But everything that I just mentioned, that's what was going to happen between me and Hidden True Crime. And I was posting about it. If you go on my community tab, you'll see that's when I was in contact with them, talking to him about it. And she finally got a hold of him. And that night, when she got a hold of him and set up that podcast to stream that night to let everybody know, hey, that phone call is not Dave. I was sleeping that night, or else I would have been on that podcast. So when he was calling me lame and all that shit, I would have responded back to his goofy ass. But hey, you know what? Sip another one.
Right. I'm glad it's over with, Ben. I'm sure you are too. One last thing, and I'm out.
Yeah, you're good, brother.
Just to bring it up, not to discuss it, because it's running a little long. Let some other people get on there. This controversy of who's laying in the doorway. Affidavit says one thing.
Mm-hmm.
All these people coming out on news media saying another.
Exactly.
Your thoughts on that? And I'm out of here, brother.
And you're talking about the Ethan Xana downstairs situation, right? Ethan in the doorway.
Yeah. Now everybody's coming out saying, "Oh, it was Ethan." When the affidavit, the officer on the scene.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how do you're the man on the scene, your original report. How can that be suspect as to what's being reported now? They're the man on the scene. They're the first ones on the scene. It's the original report. It's the important report. I mean, you know, what's truth, what's lies? I'm going with the officer in the affidavit. I mean, just damn. But your opinion on that?
My opinion on that is that something's bullshit.
Right.
Period. Something's bullshit. One's the truth and one's a lie.
Right.
That's what I personally, you know, allegedly. That's what I think. But I appreciate you calling in, man. What's your name? Where are you calling in from again? Carolina, right?
Big Lou. Yeah, Big Lou, Carolina.
Big Lou, Carolina. Appreciate you, brother. God bless you, and I hope you have a wonderful day, man. Stay safe, lock them doors, and keep them hollow tips in the clip.
There you go.
All right, brother. God bless you.
Later.
Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. If you want to call in, make sure you call in. It's 219-885-9693. Let me turn that clapping down a little bit, like this. There we go. There you go. 219-885-9693. You should be able to call in. Let's see. The Android, he played a 48 hours clip and they put him in YouTube jail. Absolutely exactly what happened to the T. Anyone looking to Juan Jane Chung Nayun Ko? He shared an office with them. Yeah, I could not pronounce that name, but send me the info on it. Sandra says, I didn't like that Dave guy's stupid rant either. Did you guys see that? Did anybody in here see that? Are y'all caught up with it? T-REV never ever said he was BK. I said unconfirmed every time. Glad you're back. Thank you. Yeah, you should be able to get through. Let me see. Is it still doing that dumb shit? Nope, it's not. Okay, so there we go. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on? You live.
Is this T-REV?
Yes, it is T-REV. You're echoing.
Donna.
You're echoing, Donna.
How's it going?
You're echoing.
All right, hold on a minute. I got the TV on. I got everything on. I've been out of training for a few weeks.
You've been out of training for a few weeks?
But anyway, I was thinking about the it's good to have you back, man. I've missed you.
Thank you. I miss you guys too. That's why I've been itching to get on.
Well, we've all kind of gotten to know each other a little bit better, playing games and just talking stuff.
Exactly.
It's been good.
Exactly. So what's your thoughts? What's going on in your mind from everything that you've seen out here that you would think holds some weight, some truth?
Well, there's a gag order and stuff on this case.
Mm-hmm.
The talking about the fingers being, severed and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just think the speculation. I don't think there's a leak anywhere. I just think this is people just, thinking that she may, since she's the last one up, she got the DoorDash or whatever, that, yeah, she could have been the last one killed,
Mm-hmm.
because she was awake.
Right.
But I think it's very insensitive of whoever's putting that out, because the family's hearing this, I mean, the family knows what happened to her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they've seen, somebody had to identify her. The coroner's probably talked to her, the ME
Mm-hmm.
talked to her family about things that have happened to her, But a gag order is, I mean, I wouldn't go against a gag order.
Right.
Because you're going to jail, So I think that's just BS. I don't.
Now, what about Xana grabbing the knife? What is your thoughts on that? What is your thoughts on that being put out? Because that, I'm like, you got to be really close to the case to know that Xana grabbed the knife. I'm sorry, you just got to be.
You do, but you know what? They talk about, all these things that they've been talking about with Ethan laying in the hallway, and that detective said he saw a body in the room, not in the hallway. in the room, you know. So that's a detective that first walked in the place. So I think it's bullshit. Excuse my French, but it is.
No.
And I think somebody's putting out stuff that this is, you know, to me it's cruel because that information I think has not been released.
Right.
I think people are sitting around and they're just speculating what could be. Yeah, she was the last one. Yeah, they said somebody or two people had defensive wounds.
So do you think these news stations are just sitting around speculating like we all are right now, just sitting in here talking?
I think they're doing the same thing. I think, you know, they got to keep it alive because we got till June to really get started on this case. So if there was somebody really leaking this, I think the judge would step in. I think there would be some kind of legal action trying to figure out, you know, where this is coming from. If they're looking to see who might be leaking this information, but I don't believe it. Yeah, she probably had defensive wounds, and somebody else probably had defensive wounds. But what they were, I don't think they really know. And as far as Coburger goes, this guy, I don't believe this is his first killing. I believe that, and I was watching something, and I can't even remember what it was, to be honest with you. But they said that they have police officers in Pennsylvania that are looking at old cases,
right,
that go back to even when he was in high school, you know, down to animal animal killings in his local neighborhood, where he went to school. You know, they're saying that he, you know, you saw the thing where people were saying at the college where he was at that he was creeping people out because he would just stare at them. You know?
Yeah.
I just think that is, he's got too many flags, you know, red flags that are saying this is not his first.
Right.
He could have been a peeper. He could have been a stalker, you know. He may not have, like, killed anyone, but if you ask me, I don't believe that he hasn't. I believe there are some unsolved cases that he has been involved in. They just haven't found them yet.
So you think he's absolutely did this before? Is what you're saying?
I do, because Jesus, he was only in Idaho for what, 4 months, from August. You know, August, September, October, November. Okay, it took him 3 months to decide to kill 4 people.
Right.
I mean, that's not something that you just pull out your ass. You just, you know, that's something that you've done before. You know, you've done something, you know. They just have to find that one piece. And has he been out there before?
So what's your thoughts on Dylan? I mean, there's been a lot. I've been watching videos. This whole time I've been in YouTube jail. I was sitting back watching videos, being quiet. And I see a lot of speculation on Dylan. Yes, it's a lot. Just like I predicted, too. I predicted there'd be so much speculation around her. And they're just bringing her name up, saying that she's involved. I've even seen a video go as far as that her and Brian went on a date before. And I've been seeing all types of crazy shit.
Well, let me tell you something. I forgot to tell you this. I listened to your spirit box, your last spirit box that you did. And I heard, I don't know if what I heard was what I heard, but I thought I heard he was at the football game. I heard he was at the football game. So whatever that's what I kept hearing. He was at the football game. Because they were saying, how they know him? You know, but in your last spirit box, that's what I heard. And I backed it up and I listened again, and that's what I heard.
Wow.
But I know as far as Dylan goes, I feel sorry for this girl because of the fact that she was awake when this was happening. But if you look at that animated house where they took that walk through, you know, if she opened or just cracked her door, all she had to do was crack that door. He wouldn't even known it. If she heard something happening, she could have cracked that door before he even came out of Xana's room.
Right.
But he wouldn't have not even heard it open.
Mm.
It could have been cracked. It was dark. I mean, this happened at 4 in the morning. It's dark.
Yeah, no
The
doubt.
only light really they said was that good vibes that was on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that neon light.
Yes, ma'am.
That's just ambient light. So
right.
He wouldn't have seen her if she was in a dark room.
Exactly.
But the ambient light coming from that good vibes, she could have seen something.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
So, I mean, there's a lot to that, but I feel sorry for that girl because I really don't believe she's involved in that. I believe that she, you know, I believe that she heard things, but I don't believe that she was involved at all.
Well, Donna, I appreciate you calling in.
Thing.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I appreciate you calling in. And you can call back again. You can always call back. Thank you for calling in, Donna. It was good to hear. Good to hear from you again, and I know I'll hear from you again. 757 sent from heaven. Man. God bless you. Lock your doors and keep a hollow tip in the clip. Shout out to her, baby. Let's go. Call in 219-885-9693, man. Who thinks Dylan is involved with this? I mean, I've seen a lot of videos that say Dylan is involved in many different ways. One was they went on a date. What was the other one? The other one was like that they had some type of encounter while she was out shopping. This is what I seen on YouTube. It just blows me away. I didn't believe it personally in my heart. I don't believe that that's the case, but because I feel like police would be onto that. But some people really do believe that. They do. Let's see. Hi, T-REV. Everyone's so great. You're back. We have missed you. Thank you. Thank you. I feel like Nancy is watching me. Nancy's definitely watching you right now. Azabella says, I agree. Teresa, thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, 219-885-9693. You guys know the number. Enan is 100% involved, in my opinion. I pray that Dylan doesn't commit suicide from being cyberbullied. I agree. I don't think she's involved. I really don't. I still don't. I personally still don't think Dylan's involved at all. She don't have anything to do with it. And why the hell do I have this on the screen? Hold up. Let me fix that. Why does it look like that? I don't get that. There we go. Boom. Should have the phone number come across a little bit more so you can see it. But hold on, let me pull this. I was about to pull a video up. But all right, here we go. 619. What's going on? 619, you're live. What's going on?
Oh, hey, Trev. It's T.
Hey, T. How you doing? Welcome.
Good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Hey, I'm glad to hear you back. I'm just really been missing y'all and missing everybody on chat, or in chat, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
I just have a couple of things to say. I think everyone was speculating on where the Xana stuff came, and I think it came from her mom, sadly. I think News Nation kind of, unfortunately, took the upper hand on that one, and I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that had come from her mom, and you could send me all the hate mail you want, but I sadly think it was her.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see. A couple other people that have YouTube videos or channels, I guess you should say, I should say, have stated that there were reports, about her fingers and yada yada, and I honestly feel that had to come from family. I don't think the cops leaked that. I really don't.
Yeah, the cops would definitely never leak that, in my opinion. Now, did you see about this? Is something else that I was like, damn, this was it? Ethan's family want answers from Dylan.
Yeah, you
Did
know
you see
what?
about that?
I did. Yeah, and honestly, I think everyone wants answers from Dylan. I just, you go through it and you wonder if she opened her door all those times, why didn't she just call 911? I mean, I get she's scared. I mean, I'm not in her shoes, and I'm really glad that I'm not. I'm glad that her and Bethany survived, but man, what happened there? You're supposed to be there for your roommates, period.
Right.
hmm
I mean,
I don't
just to
know.
hear
I
what
think,
went on, just to hear what went on, like you that type of struggle, that type of shit. I don't know. I mean, you're right there on one of the floors where your roommates got savagely murdered at. Yeah. What
I
was
mean,
she intoxicated that night? What?
yeah, see, that's another thing. I mean, did she hear, did she think she heard stuff that she really didn't? Or, I'm not sure. I mean, to be honest with you, if Xana, honestly, I think Xana and Ethan basically gave this guy, a good fight, or at least tried to anyway. I mean, without having a weapon. But my thing is why couldn't she hear that? Why didn't she hear that? I mean, think about it. If Xana was the last one to be alive, she would have had to have sent out a wail if she'd seen Ethan. I mean, wouldn't you cry I mean, yell, help, my boyfriend is dead and bleeding? Or, I don't know. This whole case is very sad. I'm really glad you're back on. Definitely going to be listening today as I get my job done, but I'm really, really, really glad you're back.
Yes, I know. It's been a week. I was ready. I was already calmed down. Like I took a couple days off before the live that I had went that got me banned. And I was like, yeah, okay, I'm good. I'm ready. So I made a push to go live every day. And that day the first day that I had came back and went live, I got banned 7 days. So I was like,
Oh.
oh my gosh. But
Oh, and can I say something really quick about Dave? I know,
yeah,
I'm sorry, this is the
absolutely.
first
Go
time I ever
ahead.
called, but I've been watching forever.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Dave is ridiculous. No wonder he worked with a bunch of Sigma Chi because he probably couldn't get any better job. I mean, come on, Dave. Everybody was calling you out to come on and verify. All he would have had to do was email you. I mean, your email is up and down chat. He could have just said,
texted
"Hey,
me
it
one
was
thing.
me."
You know what he texted me? The
I
one thing that he
remember it was
texted me?
like,
You're a piece of shit.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well,
That's it.
Dave, I think you're a piece of shit. Excuse my language.
No, I mean
Uh-huh.
there's no you can't cuss trigger warnings
Yeah.
on here. You can say whatever you want, in my opinion. I don't care if whatever you gotta say, you gotta say. In case it's like, super downing other channels or shit like that.
Yeah. I think Brian Colbert did it. I think that someone gave the
Allegedly.
cops his name. Allegedly, yes, allegedly. I think the cops allegedly got his name from somebody. Kind of felt that from the beginning after I read the PCA. I mean, where'd they get his name from? From that video where he got busted? I mean, pulled over?
You mean where did they get Brian's name from to investigate him? Okay, this is where they
Yeah.
got Brian's name from to investigate him. They were looking at, I'm pretty sure it was White Elantras, and I think it ended up being one of the security guards at WSU. I have to go back and refresh my memory, but I'm pretty sure that's where it came in from, and his name was already in the mix. They were looking at him during like Thanksgiving. They were already looking his way.
Yeah, and I think because maybe whoever is in charge of him at Washington University, I'm pretty sure maybe they're the ones that said, "Hey, you know what? There's been some booties missing, something else is missing, and these are the people that have access to it." And those two girls whose names I could not pronounce either, I'm pretty sure they're probably just as freaked out as everybody else is. I don't think that had anything to do with it.
Yeah.
I don't know. His name could have been dropped from Washington University as well. I mean, aside from those two cops. But
I'm pretty
anyway,
sure
I'm gonna
it
let
came in from
someone
there.
else get on, T-REV, and I'm really glad that you answered my call. I'm so stoked.
Well, you got through. Not many people are calling right now because I ain't been live for a minute. So, but they will. They'll call. Everybody will
Yeah,
call.
they will call. Well, it's really good to hear your voice again, and I will be seeing you on Twitter.
Well, thank you so much. God bless
All right.
you and lock your
God
doors.
bless you too,
And,
T-REV. Take care.
thank you. Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. But yeah, this is the interview right here. I talked to them. I got the receipts. It's on my Twitter.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We
I got the lines open though. Whoever calls in, I'll pause.
There was more that we had to discuss and some technical difficulties, and we really want to go live tonight. Though we did not want to wait. With
some of y'all may not have heard.
We have uncovered and figured out here at Hidden True Crime, and the basis of this is most of you know. We've even talked about it on our channel. The speculation that's been going on for 2 months. That a podcaster named T-REV received a call from somebody that, and then it circulated the web far and wide within the true crime community that this person was likely Bryan Kohberger. After Bryan Kohberger was arrested, friends of Bryan Kohberger came forward and said, this sounds like Bryan Kohberger. Voice analysis, you can find plenty of them all over, excuse me, the YouTube and the web. It's made national news. People wondering if indeed this could possibly be Bryan Kohberger that called into T-REV's channel. Dr. John and I even discussed this, what it would mean if it was indeed Bryan Kohberger, and we weren't able to confirm it then the night we discussed it on Friday. We had to say, we are not sure, but we want to talk about this and what it means. And so we want you to know.
I'm playing this for you guys that haven't seen this because some of you may not have seen this and you need to know that the real answers.
That we have actually at Hidden True Crime been working around the clock to try to confirm this in every possible way. We have been using resources. T-REV has been willing and helpful as well with some information. We've included the Hidden True Crime team on this. We thought if we can find visual snow posts on the web, we can certainly.
Hold up. 765, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. This is Angel from Indiana. I did see a thing from Xana's dad, an interview where they said that he said that she was a tough girl, that she fought back. Her fingers were sliced nearly off, where she would try to, I guess, when she's seen Ethan. But the Dylan thing stumps me, because if I'm in a locked room and she heard the crying, she stated she heard the crying, and she seen him go out the back door or the sliding glass door. But in the early news reports, the front door was stated that it was open. A neighbor said that the front door was open. So I think that one of the roommates allegedly left that door open, hoping that someone else would come in and find them bodies. I don't know. Things just don't seem right. And did you see where they got the matching tattoos?
Yeah, I've seen that.
A week and a half after.
I seen it.
Okay. Did you see how the letters were before the affidavit come out? The letters were exactly like in the affidavit. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't notice that. Nope.
Okay, well,
you're putting me on to something.
Check that out, because the letters were exactly. They got them a week and a half, which, you know, I mean, I myself, I couldn't have done that quick, but look at the letters in their tattoos and look at the affidavit. Well,
Wow.
check that out.
Where's that
Check
at?
that
What
out.
do you have a video? Is there a video or something you can email me?
I was looking. All you have to do is go to YouTube and ask about Dylan and D&B's tattoos. Their tribute tattoos.
Hold on. I'm gonna find that while I'm on the phone with you. So you said Dylan and Bethany tribute tattoo.
Yep. With the angel wings.
Hold up, I'm pulling that up right now. Okay, Dylan and Bethany get tattoo in memory of the victims, and this was 2 months ago that this video.
Yes.
So which one though? Because there is two different videos. There's one that says Idaho 4 tattoos and strange clues.
Maybe that one, because the strange clues would probably be that the order of the names is the order of the affidavit on how. So I guarantee you that's the one.
Yeah, I got it right here. I'm gonna check it out for sure.
Yeah, check it out.
I want to see it. Because there's the funny thing is, you told me to search that. I searched it. I seen the first video up top, which was about the videos 2 months ago, or the matching tattoos 2 months ago. Now this video came out 12 days ago. So
okay, well the video that check them both out, because it's really weird. They got them tattoos a week and a half after their friends got killed. They got the angel wings like Maddie. And the letters, check out the letters.
Yeah, I'm gonna definitely check it out.
Well, look at the affidavit after you check out the tattoos, and it's exactly like the tattoos. And this was before the affidavit come out.
Yeah,
this was a week and a half after.
I gotta see this. I want to see what this. I gotta see what it's about. T-REV, I hope you're feeling better. Thank you. I appreciate that, Nancy.
Okay, no problem. I'll let you get to your next call. Oh, I'll hold on. I want you to see that.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to check it out right now.
All right. You want me to wait?
Yeah, you could. Well, I'll play it. It'll be playing, but
you got my number.
Yes, ma'am.
Check that. I'll look and see, and then I can look at the affidavit after you see the letters.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to check it right now.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Shout out to her. Thank you for calling in. I want to check that out real quick. Hold up. So, I actually do want to see that. All right. So, this came on. This is by True Crime Design, Idaho 4 Tattoos and Strange Clues. Let's check it.
Surviving roommates Dylan Mortensen just posted a haunting tribute to her slain friends. It's a tattoo of their initials with angel's wings. She posted, Maddie, Kaylee, Zana, Ethan, MKXE, love you always and forever. It's believed the matching tattoo is on the arm of the other surviving roommate, Bethany Funk.
So I need to show you guys something about these tattoos that the roommates got in honor of the victims. And I did not make this discovery myself, so I want to make sure I give credit to Kelly from the channel What's the Obsession. That's where I found this information from. And I just want to give her credit because this is awesome, original content. So go check out her channel. I'll link the—
Shout out to What's the Obsession, by the way. Shout out to Watts. I know she's actually was a member on the channel. Shout out to her, though.
Video in the description. And what Kelly pointed out is that the order of the charges in the criminal complaint are the order in which the crimes occurred. So count 1 is for the felony burglary. Count 2 is for murder in the first degree of Madison Mogan. Count 3, the murder of Kaylee Gonzalez. Count 4, the murder of Xana Kernodle. And count 5 is the murder of Ethan Chapin.
Hey, Carolina.
MKXE, and what do you know? That's the same order as the roommates' tattoos. And they got these tattoos in November, before any of this information was released. So what are the odds that they got that order correct? It's actually 1 in 24. So there are 24 possible combinations of 4 letters that could possibly have been rendered. And so they had a 1 in 24 shot in getting this correct. And voila, they nailed it per the criminal complaint. So let me know what you think about that. I think that's kind of suspicious.
All right. So they're saying Madison, Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, the order of the killings. 1 for yes, 2 for no. 1 being yes, that's the order. 2 being nah, they got that shit wrong.
If not a major coincidence, but we'll get more into my opinion into this whole tattoo thing in a little bit.
So walk towards the door. What's up, Richard?
The 2 roommates who survived the off-campus murders at the University of Idaho are speaking out for the first time. A pastor read letters from them at a memorial service for their 4 classmates who were found stabbed to death last month.
I'm going to be reading 2 different letters, one from Dylan and one from Bethany.
From Dylan Mortensen.
My life was greatly impacted to have known these 4 beautiful people. To Xana and Ethan, the 2 best friends but perfect pair together. They had this unstoppable, loving relationship.
And Bethany Funk.
Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were truly all one of a kind. They all lit up any room they walked into and were gifts to this world. I know somewhere Xana and Ethan are together, keeping each other company, watching us and telling us it's okay and that we have each other. Maddie and Kaylee, the inseparable duo. The 2 best friends that were like sisters. Maddie and Kaylee were like second moms to me. They taught me a lot on how to be a responsible adult, but also how to live life happy.
So these tribute tattoos are, I'm assuming, in reference to a tattoo that Maddie has in the same exact spot. It's just this minimalist angel wings tattoo on the back of her elbow. And I couldn't find any sort of social media post that explained why she got it or, you know, anything like that. But if I had to guess what this tattoo means, not that every tattoo has to have meaning. I have plenty, and a few of them have meaning. Correct. But I have to assume there has to be some sort of connection to the sorority. Because if you Google Pi Beta Phi, there's a lot of angel symbolism, right?
What's going on, time travel?
They call themselves angels. I looked it up. It's not the official symbol or like logo of the sorority, but it's mentioned on their website as like something that is traditional.
That's what I'm saying. I heard Xana died last. So that fucks with me when I hear what Madison, Kaylee, Xana, Ethan. I heard Xana was the last and she fought the hardest and got her hit. But I mean, you know,
associated with Pi Beta Phi. And in their pictures, there's a lot of angels references. When in these sorority pictures, there's a lot of references to this specific symbolism. And that would make sense also why Dylan and Bethany got the same tattoo, because they are also Pi Phis. So Dylan makes the post about the tattoos on November 24th, which is 11 days or a week and a half after the murders. I don't want to sound like a hater, and some of you may think I'm being overly critical. That's fine. I understand. But it's just so quick for someone who's supposed to be grieving.
Another tattoo.
You know, typically with a tattoo, you have to call ahead of time. I mean, maybe
this is reaching.
Maybe you could walk in with a tattoo this small. And
should we end that? Should we end it? Is this reaching too hard? Open up. Call in 219-885-9693, man. Let's hear it. You said it's reaching.
G-ball. You gotta.
I don't know. I feel like it's reaching too, because we heard Xana. You know what I'm saying? We heard Xana fought last, but I mean that's just me. That's what I personally think. 219 calling. Let's hear it. Come on. Yeah. Okay. Now we got 2 numbers calling in. Which one? I don't know which one to pick. 937. You on the line? What's going on?
Hey, so yeah, I think they're reaching a little bit with that. I don't find it weird that they got a tattoo so soon. To me, that's just not strange. I don't know. Maybe it is to other people, but the one thing I did want to talk about, though, was I don't know if anyone's talked about it yet because I just got on the chat and everything.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see where Ethan's sister-in-law, because he has like an older brother from a separate marriage, his sister-in-law, and it was verified like by Reddit, she was saying that she like wants an explanation from Dylan because it doesn't make sense. I guess she tried to call all the girls' phones that night after she heard all the noises.
Right.
And so she's like, well, if they didn't answer and you heard all that, you know, why didn't you just call 911? Instead, you waited till the morning and then called a friend to come over and check it out. Which I don't think that would have been weird had she done that night. Because sometimes we have a tendency to call someone that makes us feel more comfortable, even if we're in a scary situation instead of the police, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't think it would be weird if she would have done it that night, like called a dude over and was like, hey, I'm scared. I heard all this. I don't want to come out of my room.
Right.
But I agree. I mean, calling everybody first and then waiting until noon is just a little crazy. But I saw his sister-in-law had said that. So it's not even us just questioning it, you know? Like, it's the family members, too.
Yeah, no, the Ethan's family.
Yeah.
They want answers.
Yeah, and I can't blame them for that. I mean, I think the majority of us are kind of like, well, you know, what happened? Why do you wait so long?
Right.
And if you had your phone and you were calling the other girls after it happened, okay, well, that shows me that you were in your right mind enough. You had your cell phone to call them. So it's just, which I'm sure we'll learn a lot more at the trial, but kind of hard not to go in depth with it. Like, why didn't you do this or why did you do this?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's natural.
I don't know. It just, you know, it blows me away, to be honest with you. With that, I agree with that 100%. I got banned for quite a minute. 7 days. It was 7 days that I got banned for. And I wouldn't say it wasn't because of haters. It was because I was on a 48 hours mystery page and the video was playing and it happened to be a copyrighted video that's not on YouTube. So that's why I got banned for 7 days. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Well, so I mean, you think you 100% think they're reaching in this video with the what is it? Madison, Kaylee, Ethan, Xana, or Xana, Ethan. Right. Right. Hold up. They're saying they can't hear you. That is weird. Let me fix it. Let me fix that. Add to stream. Hold up. Let me actually stop screen. Present it again. Share screen. They're like, we can't hear the caller. Hold up. Let me see if they should be able to hear you in 1 second. Boom. All right. Now talk.
Can y'all hear me now?
Can y'all hear her now? It was probably when I hooked in these wireless headphones. I hooked in my wireless headphones and it friggin' messed up everything.
Oh, it's all good. But yeah, I think Xana was last based on the timeline and just the fact if you have a male and a female, you're going to take out the bigger threat first.
Right. It might be.
I mean, that just.
Let me see. Let me see if they can hear you now. Yes, they said they could hear you now. Good now?
Okay, cool.
Okay. It was because I switched to my wireless headphones. That's why. I guarantee it. As soon as I switched to my wireless headphones, it did that.
Good old technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I really had, though. That just his sister-in-law speaking about it, wanting answers and saying that she had called the girls that night after the noises stopped. So she had called Kaylee's phone, Maddie's phone, Xana's phone. I mean, that right there answers a lot of people's questions. Well, maybe she didn't have her phone. Well, according to Ethan's sister-in-law, she did.
Right. And the thing that stands out to me the most, which is what I've seen in the past couple of days, was Ethan's family wanting answers for why the police weren't called.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
Allegedly.
I would be asking the same damn thing. I'd be like, well, why the hell? Which, like I said, I get calling someone because you don't feel safe. But I could have understood that after it happened and you called the girls' phones, they didn't answer. Then you make a phone call to, whoever was called, Ethan's best friend, Hunter, or whoever it was. Hey, I don't feel safe. Some weird shit just went on. Can you come check the house out? I don't want to call the cops and get us in trouble if it's no big deal. But to wait 8 hours, then call them first. And, the parents, I think Kaylee's mom said she called and then didn't even get an answer until I think she said 4 p.m. or something. So all the fraternity people already knew at 10 a.m.
Yeah, I remember watching both of the first both of the, what was it, the 48 hours, it was the NBC and ABC special. We watched both of them in Discord. We watched them multiple times, and what I do remember was very well was in the beginning, one of it was this chick that was friends with Ethan, and she said that she called, or Hunter, I forget whether she called Hunter or Hunter called her, but he said, Ethan's dead, right to her. I remember that very well. And that was I forget what time they said it was at, but
it was in the morning, because wasn't she supposed to meet either Ethan or Hunter for a tutoring session? I think it was.
Yeah, that it was. I forget exactly what it was.
Somewhere.
Right.
Yeah, and and there was another one of Kaylee's friend, another interview, and she was like, I texted her because I heard about it and I thought it was just a rumor, and she's like, she never texted back, and that was in the morning. So everybody knew in the morning, and it's just what were you guys? And also in the affidavit, it does say DM stated she was originally in her second floor bedroom. So I'm wondering, I always kind of wondered, what does the originally mean? Did she move downstairs with Bethany at some point and just, made a run for it, ran to Bethany's room? I don't know. Either way, you knew some weird shit went on.
Exactly.
You called people's phones. You came out of your door 3 times. You saw someone with a mask on. You heard crying and screaming. I'm sorry, but
there's this thing on the other side that we don't know about, though, right? and I'm gonna put it out there like this, and this is just me speculating and just speculating in general.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't know how they lived their life. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what they were involved with, or what they were around, or what they did, etc. You know, because we knew them all when we found out about the murder. So it's like we dug into their life and on their Instagrams, and we got to know them through social media by watching videos with their families, and we got to know them by going through all of their social medias in general. So it's like, we don't know what type of lifestyle. We know that they were college, drinking, etc., but we don't know what else they were around. And I'm not throwing it out there to be like, yeah, they're drug dealers, they're this and that. No, I'm not saying that, but I don't know.
Totally,
It's just it confuses me there. That's where that's the things that I want to know, because it would explain maybe why the cops didn't get called. And that's just me speculating.
Yeah, well, I think I agree. I think that there was something else going on, and no one wants to be the one in college, or even when you're in those years, to call the cops. You know what I mean? If it's not something life threatening. So she probably was like, well, shit, do I call the cops? What do I do? She probably didn't want to go look. I wouldn't have wanted to go look either. But I would have at least called somebody after I made the calls, and they didn't answer. If she really did call them that night after all the noises stopped. I mean, you got all this crazy shit going on, and then your house goes completely silent.
Right.
No noise, no talking, nothing. I mean, come on. You got to be kind of like, it's just illogical to think that that's excusable to me.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I can't wait to the trial to find out all these things. This is going to be one of the trials that I'm going to be revved up for. I'm going to tell you that much. This Murdaugh trial going on, I didn't even really know that.
I've been watching that.
A lot of people have been watching that. I don't know if I should dig into that, because I'm late
it's
to the
wild.
I'm late to the game. I don't know. I don't know if that's something that the Rev Gang family wants, but we could definitely jump into that.
The more shit you dig into that, because I used to live down there when some of it happened with his son and the boat accident and killing Mallory.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like front page news there, because that's where I lived. And it goes a lot. It's like a big ass rabbit hole, but it's been interesting so far. Now they're moving kind of slow, so you may want to wait a couple more days, but I think it's worth looking into. People that like true crime, this is the one that you could go in so many different directions, and there's no like definitive proof. I don't know. I think he's going to get acquitted of it, if you ask me.
Wow. We might have to check that out. They're like, nah, please not. I haven't been following that one. It's crazy, but very long and boring. Sorry. I want to see.
Yeah, they've been going slow. They've been taking their time, which it does get annoying. So
that'd be see me though, like for this case I'm gonna have to follow the trial on the Idaho 4 case. I don't care how boring it is. I really don't care how boring it is, but for that Murdaugh one, I might do like a reaction to it after it's done. Because it's already been days, you know what I mean? Like it's been days and days it's been going on. I wasn't able to go live, so I couldn't go live for it regardless. So it's like
the prosecution hasn't really brought anything that I'm like, oh, that's it, like convict him. Like I haven't seen anything. If I was a juror, I'd be like, I can't convict this man based on what you showed me so far. It's really nothing.
Right.
So, but it's like, I don't know. I guess it's just interesting. There's documentaries and stuff people can watch, though, if they don't want to watch the trial.
Mm-hmm.
That like explains all the craziness of just their family's background history and the good old boy system.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm watching. I'm gonna watch this trial, and I'm gonna watch the AJ Armstrong trial. I know that for a fact.
I need to check into that. I haven't heard of that one, actually.
I'm gonna be watching that one because that one's it's his third time being tried for killing his parents. So I got to see this.
Oh
one.
Shit, I'll watch that.
But I appreciate you calling in. Where are you calling in from?
Ohio.
Well, thank you for calling in. God bless you. Lock your doors, and I hope I hear from you again.
Always. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Shout out to her. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts on this case right now? What's going on? How did we find out Dylan allegedly called the girls that night? Was it in the affidavit, or did Dylan say, isn't she under gag order? I like that you're covering this and other cases, plenty others. Trial, Eric down. Let me check. All right, hold on. 479. You're on with one. What's going on? 479. Can you hear me? 479. 479. Yo, 479. Can you hear me? All right. Next. 219-885-9693. I don't know if they were just listening and just wanted to do that or what, but hey, 317, you're on the line. What's going on, man? 317, can you hear me? Can you hear me? It must be on my end. Hold on, let me fix it. It must be on my end. I'm telling you right now. That's got to be on my end. There's no way. Let me reset it. That's weird. Why can't I hear? I messed it up when I switched into these headphones. I knew it. Let me reset this. Let's try this now. Okay, it says, hold up, your browser might prevent. Okay. Try it again. 219-885-9693. I don't know why I did. I had to close it and shut it down. Let's see if it worked. 317, can you hear me? 317, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Not much. One of the cameras, I think it was something 1300. It's mentioned in the PCA that picked up the white Hyundai Elantra. That is either from or around what's his name? Ian Harsh, his parents' house.
Can't hear caller. Hold up 1 second. Before you keep going, let me fix this stupid problem. Okay. I don't know why it's doing that, but once again, it's messing up. All right, you should be good now. Listen.
I've got notes everywhere, but one of the cameras that picked up the white Elantra is either from or around what's his name? Ian Harsh or something like that.
Ian Harsh? Yes.
Yeah. He, as he stated, he has a past with drugs. That's not, that's coming out of his mouth, not mine. And that's not speculation. But I do believe in August of last year, he was busted with a large sum, or I don't know if it was a large sum, but it was enough that was going to get him some prison time.
Forensic astrologer.
Huh?
No, I was reading some of the comments in there. I seen some of the comments. People.
The reason I think there are two people, and I think Ethan was the last night. You have a wife or a girlfriend, don't you?
Yes, a fiance.
Okay. Just imagine let's say she's going out, she's opening the bedroom door to pee or something, or go to the restroom or get a drink of water. She opens the door, someone grabs her. And because if it's just one person and she fought, and that's there's evidence that she fought for her life, that would mean he would be taking on both Ethan and Xana.
Right.
I mean, I can't perceive one just sitting back going, hey, if you need some help, let me know.
Right.
But if you have two people, you can take out one person and while controlling the other. I do believe Ethan was the last to die. And because CA, it says, and that he was walking towards Xana's bedroom and could see her in the doorway.
Right.
And he was also confirmed to be in the room.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's reaching to that you get Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, their initials in the order that it's read off in the PCA.
Right.
Or what the judge read off. I don't think that's reaching. I do believe there was 2 or more.
So you believe that there's more than one person involved in this case?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I mean, what's the chances of that Elantra being picked up from Ian Harsh's parents' house or around his parents' house? And that is his parents' house.
Right.
And he has 2 apartments.
Mm-hmm.
One behind the girls and one close to Brian Coburger's apartment.
That is true.
So, and if chefs pay that much money, I guess I'm gonna change my occupation really quick to afford 2 apartments in 2 separate states.
Right.
Now this is me speculating.
Mm-hmm.
Just my opinion. I have 2 apartments. I just got busted in August with drugs. I have the drugs in one apartment while I stay in another.
Right.
Because if you come to my home, the address I give you, there's nothing there.
So you think what you're getting at is you think Enan has played a part in this?
I think he's the one who turned over his name. I mean, LE got his name from somewhere, somebody. And Brian did not just go commit murder and, find somebody at a coffee shop and go, hey, let me buy you a coffee. I mean, I'll tell you what I did. He's not going to tell anybody that he did it. So how did his name get out? Someone told him his name. I think it was Ian Harsh. Like I said, the car and it's in the PCA. Like I said, I got notes, but everywhere that one of the cameras that picked up the white Elantra is either from his parents' house,
right,
or around his parents' house. And if Mr. Harsh is a drug dealer and a friend, it ain't, and you say, hey, can you run me out by, I got to run it. And because Ian Harsh's dad is an ex-professor. He taught at, WSU?
Washington State University?
Yeah. Same place Bryan Kohlberger went to.
So who's making a lot of videos on this right now?
Truth and Transparency. What is it? Thrifty Doctor?
Dr. Thrifty.
Yeah, and I have no channel. That on Google Maps.
She said Thrifty Doctor.
I don't know his name.
That was funny. That was funny. Because I'm looking at his name as you said that. You said Thrifty Doctor. I was like, I read it backward. I read it myself that way. But I appreciate you calling in. I'm going to give everybody 5 minutes like usual. But thank you for calling in. God bless you. And hopefully I hear from you again. If you think of anything else, call back and let me know.
All right.
God bless you, man. Thank you. Shout out to her, man. If you want to call it, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. The one charge of drugs. The police have not filed any other charges against anyone else, just BK. This caller is a Truth to Transparency follower. Okay. 765, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. This is Angel from Indiana again calling. Another thing, I also think that Xana was killed last. But for the names that come up in the affidavit like that, I think that is very weird. They hadn't seen that affidavit. That affidavit hadn't even been made yet. And another thing, what the last caller was talking about, that neighbor, the chef, that Chef Dizzy, had been in trouble for selling drugs before. And Brian Kohlberger was apparently into drugs before. How do we know that, they didn't have some kind of hookup and, and that's where he could have possibly seen the girls at. I don't know. There's just a lot of weird things. I mean, for them to know exactly how to list it in the affidavit, because I believe, unless Ethan, I mean, there was something else about they believe that Ethan's, I don't know if his parents, but another interview where they thought that his throat was slashed. I mean, he could have laid there and bled out. I mean, I hate to say that, but I mean, I just think it is weird how the girls got them tattoos and a week and a half after they passed. I mean, it's weird to me. I don't think I'm reaching. I think a lot of people think that's weird. Just for the names to be in that order. I mean, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird. And I think a lot more stuff's going to come out, like with this guy that got shot or shot himself. I think a lot more is going to come out.
You're talking about was it Brent?
Yeah. I think wasn't that like the same morning, because I heard a lady that was on your show. Well, maybe she was on another show, the Drunk Turkey or something like that, and she was telling about her kids going to college there, and she was talking about that they got an alert when they was almost home 6 hours away, and her daughter had got the alert like 10 o'clock that morning. So the call wasn't supposed to have been made until 11:30, something like that.
Right.
But yet they got that call, or they got that alert at 10 o'clock. And that was on the Drunk Turkey show, and he talked to her. Her children go there, so he talked to her even after the show, and she said to do a deep dive into that church, and that's the second time I've heard that, something about that church, to do a deep dive into that church. Yeah.
I have to check that out.
And this is the second time I've heard that. When this first happened,
Doug Wilson,
some British woman was talking about that church before anything come out about who done it or any of that. She was talking about something about the house was in between King and Queen Street, and something to do with this preacher that's at that church. I mean, there's just, but
Doug Wilson.
Is
that was who she was referring to? Is Doug Wilson?
The preacher of this church has got some really weird beliefs.
You talking about Doug Wilson?
Yeah, and she said she told them guys from the Drunk Turkey show to do a deep dive into that church, because there's some really weird things going on.
I got the same call about a church, dude Doug Wilson. She was like, "You don't know who you're fucking with."
Yeah, they're saying that. They're into some really weird stuff and really weird beliefs that their wife should submit, and even against their will, because it's their wife, and just some real weird stuff going on, and about liking young girls and just craziness. So, and that's the second time I've heard that. And this lady's kids go to this college, and she's saying, do a deep, deep dive into this church. So, but maybe that's something. I mean, you know how
Do
to
a
do them
deep dive into. Yeah, I definitely know how to do it. I mean, it starts with one name. That's where it starts at.
Yeah, well, this lady, she's like a medium from England, and she called this out in the first couple of weeks. She said, "This is bigger. This is bigger. This is taking attention off of something else because there's something going on." And there's also been other deaths in Idaho. A mother of 4 was murdered, and I don't think they've ever caught her murderer. So, I'd like to see you do a deep, deep dive into that and see what's up with all
You
that.
talk about Jewton, Travis Jewton, and then there's an older woman in Oregon. You talking about the Oregon murders?
I'm talking about there was another Idaho murder about 4. Maybe it was longer than that, or was it? No. It was another Idaho murder because I just watched a deep, deep dive with that Kimberly, and she was talking about another Idaho murder that happened to a mother of 4.
Right.
And I don't think they ever found out that. But you talking about the other murders like Oregon, and I believe this wasn't his first. I believe it wasn't his first because, there was some other stuff where that couple was killed and that lady that was on dialysis. And I seen where, it seemed like a long stretch when I was watching it.
Yeah.
Where vegan, isn't Oregon like the vegan?
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
It's like the vegan capital. They was trying to figure out what he had to do with that stuff, but it's vegan, and they had a lot of vegan restaurants and stuff. So they think that he met them people. They're supposed to be looking into more stuff. A lot of people saying they don't think this is his first.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for calling in again.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Do that deep dive and see what you can find out.
Well, send me all the information exactly, like on exactly what you're talking, because I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing.
Okay. All right. Will do.
Thank you. Bye bye.
All right.
God bless her. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. Bethany is a beautiful young lady, though. The car she was referring to is the mother of 2 students at Washington State University. They are not alerted by the school. Alerted by friends calling them. King Road. 479. What's going on?
T-REV, how you doing, buddy?
I'm hanging in there, brother. How you doing, man? That's a noticeable voice right there. What's going on, my brother?
Man, I'm just starting my morning with you.
What was going on, man?
Good to have you back, dude.
I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, where are we at with this anyway? We're talking about Xana having her hands cut up and stuff like that. I do think that she was the last one. I mean, in the very beginning, it was said that she was pretty athletic, and if anybody was going to put a can of whoop ass on somebody, it would be her that would do it. And so that's where I stand on that. Hey, I wanted to back up. I think I tried calling you, a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about a bunch of other things, but I wanted to. I'm hearing a lot more from your callers, and they're referencing something that I had seen on Chronicles of Olivia, and she had removed the video saying that she's getting death threats. I'm going to call bullshit on that. But there was a lot of talk about why they waited so long, and she was saying how she was talking to that mom and having a bunch of kids over there early getting stuff, and that people were in and out of that house before the cops were even called. And I just don't know how to lean on that, because I mean, you would think that in today's society everybody has a phone. There are going to be a lot of pictures taken, a lot of videos taken of what they saw, and none of that has come out to the public. And the lady that was talking or that was being interviewed by Chronicles of Olivia was saying that she had talked to the FBI about it, but yet she doesn't say that the FBI came and talked to her or her daughter. There's no talk about the FBI, taking everybody's phones that were there. I just don't know what to feel about that, dude. I just don't know how much bullshit is bullshit and what the actual truth is. Why they waited so long to call, I don't know. Life gives us questions that we never get answers to, and that just might be one of them,
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a big, we know in that courtroom that's from the defense side, they are going to bash Dylan down. On the defense?
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to bash her down.
I mean, they can't really say a whole lot about it other than the fact, that dude, we gotta remember that the night that this happened, there was they had a big football game. They had a formal dress, a formal to go to. Their team won, so that there was a lot of drinking, a lot of partying going on, a ton of it. And I don't know about you, but when I drink, I don't like to drink heavy, so I'm going to have a good time. Like during the Super Bowl, I'm a Chiefs fan. I live in Arkansas, so I'm a Chiefs fan. And I plan on doing a lot of heavy drinking. I don't expect to remember anything come Monday. So who knows? I mean, there was probably a lot of heavy drinking, a lot of partying and stuff. I mean, that's what college kids do. So
yeah, they get drunk. They every weekend, and week. Yeah. Some people some college kids drink all week.
And I know once I go to bed though, or pass out, whichever comes first, I'm down for at least 6 hours. I'm not back up, listening for a bunch of noise. I'm passed out, dude. I'm out. So I don't know why it took so long. I don't know. The front door being open again. The chief of police says, "Hey, that's news to me." So we don't really know the truth on that either. Was the front door left open at 8 o'clock in the morning? I don't know. T-REV. I mean, we bounce back and forth on different scenarios all the time. I mean, since you and I've been going at this case,
Yeah, no,
I've been following you and this case since day one. So
ain't no doubt, man. Ain't no doubt.
It's interesting. I think I don't know if they're going to let you in the courtroom when the time comes with that "oh my God" button. Okay, because that thing would be going off. So you're gonna have to leave your "oh my God" button at home.
Yeah, dude, I know that. I honestly, and I'm just predicting it now that the defense is gonna get on Dylan's ass. Oh, you seen him? Bushy eyebrows. You heard this. You heard that. You didn't call the police. They're gonna come on that angle. What's up, Wasim? I seen you in the RBE chat. Wasim.
They, I mean, they can if that's their only defense. If that's all they've got, then I hope it works for them. Well, I hope it doesn't work for them, but I just think that that's pretty weak. And they can't judge a case on a person's character. She was in shock, and that's all she has to say. I was in shock.
Right. Yeah.
That's all she has to say.
Ain't no doubt.
We already talked about this, about me seeing that dude getting his teeth kicked in. I stuttered for, ever, it seemed like.
Ain't no doubt.
People handle things different ways.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with that, dude. What else can we talk about with this case, man? Other than I had seen, and this is again bullshit, love letters and hate letters going to Brian. I don't see anybody sending him love letters. Hate letter.
No, I seen the love letters. Yeah. I seen that love letter thing on where did I see it?
Was it Nancy?
Yeah, I think it was, or I think it was Nancy and somebody else too, though. Like on like News Nation maybe, or I can't remember, but I've seen a few things about it.
Yeah, I'm sure he's getting a lot of hate mail, and I don't know. I mean, I'd probably write him a letter, but I'd soak the paper in like pig fat or something, or cow blood, and then explain it to him at the very end. Oh, by the way, this letter was soaked in pig blood or pig fat.
Oh my God!
Just to be an asshole.
Ain't no
Just to be an
doubt.
asshole.
Well, my brother, I appreciate you calling in. It's been 5. I'm gonna give everybody else a chance. But man, if you want to, you think of anything else, you want to call back, you get another 5, brother.
All right, man. I'll talk to you later. Love you.
God bless you, brother. Love you too, man. Shout out to him, man. Shout out to him. Let's go. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Let's hear it. Shock for 8 hours.
Oh my God.
Yeah, shock for 8 hours. What's going on? That Big K battle was crazy though, Wasim. Big K smashed A-Ward. Smashed him. After the shock part of the quest is why did you call friends to help instead of 911? 660. You're not in the hole no more. You're on live on the air. What's going on?
Hi, T-REV. Welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. How you doing?
Good. We've really missed you. So much so that we've been checking out other podcasts I have, and I just wanted to bring to your attention that I know how you like us all to stay safe out there, but I was watching Unsolved No More with Ken Maines, the detective, and he has a death row inmate that has been doing a couple interviews with him, and he says...
I heard him too.
Yeah, did you hear about the Uber serial killer?
Yep.
That he thinks
I watch
is
it.
out there?
I'm a subscriber to his channel, so I see all of his new drops. I actually like he's decent.
Yeah, but that last one about the Uber driver really got me thinking about this Coburger case. And I was just like, wow, wonder, even though they say they have footage of the DoorDash delivery driver, it just makes you think, this world's just crazy. And I just really wanted to welcome you back. I'm glad to see you back on.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. If I didn't get banned, I would have been live all last week.
I know. We missed you, and I'm out the door. I was just trying to get on to say welcome back, brother.
Thank you. I appreciate it. God bless you. Stay safe. Lock your doors.
You too, babe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Shout out there. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693, make sure you call in. You need 5 to keep it alive. Let's see. I don't blame DM. Pray daily for her because the shocked thing is words put in her mouth for real. I heard it in the very beginning of the case. What happened? Even Loach called T-REV. Loach didn't call me. He messaged me live. Remember we were on the phone with Detective Juan. Should we surprise call Detective John? I bet you he doesn't even know we're live right now. Who wants me to surprise call Detective John? If somebody calls in, I won't do it. But yeah, he don't even know I'm live right now. Guarantee it. Make another account that never ever happens again. I got another account. I was live on it, but it's a different type of channel though. There's a lot of others on YouTube that need to be banned, right? I only got banned for a 48-hour video that was playing muted, which is crazy. The interviews with Bill are so interesting. Let me see. 1154. Okay. 787. Who's 787? Let's see who 787 is. I'm curious. Who's 787, man? 787. Who is that? Who's 787?
Oh my Lord, I can't believe I'm on.
What's going on? You're live.
It's Mia from Discord. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm great.
So, what's on your mind?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Because I just mute. I can't believe I'm on. Oh my God.
You don't not believe it. You are on. You're on live right now.
Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, 787 Puerto Rico, baby. Okay, so I was just calling about the Dylan situation, and yeah, I know they're gonna like butcher her when she's on the stand.
You're damn right they are.
But I think they're gonna bring in like psychologists or psychiatrists or whatever to try to explain why she was in a shock, whatever frozen face, maybe before she takes a stand. So to explain why she didn't do anything. And then also they might also bring in the fact that, I don't know, like Kaylee's dad once said that she was catatonic and passed out in front of the house.
Right.
So, I mean, if they bring all this information to the stand and they mention it, I think when she actually speaks, they might believe her. But, you know, if it's the jury, I don't know. I just think that there could be a chance that they believe her, but at the same time, there is a big chance that they don't.
Yeah, I really do think. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think she's going to be drilled on that stand?
Yeah, and I don't know if she's going to be ready for that. Although I
think she's
that
preparing
they prepare
for it.
Yeah, they have to prepare her for it, and I'm sure she's in therapy now and all that. And then they have to get her ready to take the stand, and she has to be super strong. For whatever reason it is that she didn't actually call 911 when she was supposed to, you know, when she saw him.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know the whole story. We don't know what happened to her after she saw him. Was she scared out of her mind and was hiding in her closet crying and shocked face, you know, scared for her life? We don't know. All that is going to play out in trial.
Right. Yeah,
but it is weird that she did not call. I mean, but she could have been scared of dialing and thinking that he could hear her dialing. I don't know. It's so many things that go through my mind. I don't really know, but I can understand that she was scared out of her mind and might have been in shock for hours. I just really hope that they can explain it through a psychiatrist and a psychologist on how that could happen, and that she reacted the way she did because of such reason. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's basically.
I don't know. I mean, I remember when I was young, it was me and my cousin Corey, and my aunt Casey was dating this guy named Jerry. They were engaged. He got stabbed to death. And he got stabbed to death with a steak knife on the stairwell going up to the second floor. My aunt Casey lived on the first floor. He got stabbed in the stairwell, and they called the police immediately. I remember we were they took us out the back door and took us way around and got me to my mom's car and left at the scene then. But, you know, me and my cousin, I remember my aunt running and screaming and crying, and she called the police immediately.
Right.
But I mean, that's just a situation that I was in at a young age. I was so young. I was 8 then? I had to be at least 8 years old. So I mean, just like, you know, but I didn't see it or anything. I was on the other side. We were in the room playing Super Nintendo or something. I forget. Me and my cousin were doing. But in general, though, it was real creepy.
Yeah. I don't know. When I was in college, you know, this was years ago, but you know, I had a stalker, and he stalked me from Puerto Rico to Florida, and I did not think of going to the college. I lived in the dorm. I did not think of going to the college police for help. That was like the last thing in my mind. I was like hiding in my next door, the girl that lived next to me, I was hiding in her room. And then one of my friends came by, and he's like, I'll take care of this. And he brought the police. I didn't even think about it because I was so scared. But that was just me. I don't know. She could have also been on drugs or super drunk and didn't think anything of it. I don't know. I just don't understand how she didn't hear more.
Right.
Especially what happened to Xana, you know, and Ethan. She must have heard. I mean, it could also play out in court, and we don't know exactly what she heard and what she saw. Yeah. I can't wait for June. I can't wait for the trial, honestly.
I mean, June. I know June is just a preliminary, right? We got a long time before trial.
It's preliminary hearing, and then I don't know if they have to find the jury prior to that.
And I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna get the next person in. Thank you for calling. God bless you. And I'll hear from you.
Take care, man.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Bye. God bless.
909, what's going on? You're live.
Oh my God, I made it through?
Yeah, you made it through. You made it through. What's going on?
How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
I'm good. I'm going to take a quick break with work, so let me just say, take a break. I wanted to talk to you. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. Like, I didn't know that you were just not on for a while. You good?
Nah, I was suspended.
Oh, why? What happened?
I was playing a 48-hour video and it like a 48 hours mystery video, but it wasn't even playing. The audio wasn't playing, but they struck my channel for it and took me offline for 7 days.
Stupid.
Next time will be 3 months.
Oh, okay. Well, we can't have that.
Yeah, exactly.
We can't live without you like that, Trev. Like, you can't be doing that kind of stuff to us.
I was gone for a minute.
I know. There's so much I want to say. Like, I ended up seeing a clip of that Dave guy, and he was running his mouth, and it was awesome because the people that he was running his mouth to about you, like, oh, Trev, T-REV's not a good guy. Dude, first of all, you called him, and you were creepy, and I don't know why you get to be mad that we are all you don't get to be mad that we were all creeped out and say that T-REV's not a good guy, because he was the one that was like, I don't know, and he was standing. Okay, all right. Anyways, I'm sorry. Let me get back to the conversation on hand. Okay, listen, I feel like we're missing something. I don't understand how somebody was able to fight for their life and nothing was heard.
Yeah.
How was somebody a camera next door hearing the cries and the thump, but she heard none of that?
Right. Exactly.
And now where I can concede, like, as a college party house, like, the last thing that you want to do is call the police. I get it. Like, I remember being that age. You don't want to call the cops. You don't want to be the one to call the cops and then end up being wrong, especially when you've had all these run-ins with the cops recently.
Mm-hmm.
They're coming over, they're crashing your party, pouring out your alcohol. Like, it's not fun. That's not a good time. But for her to go through what she had gone through, I'm not getting it, Trev. Like, I do believe that we're missing a really big step here. Why haven't we heard anything about the other roommate? Like, how did two of them not hear anything? I don't know. And him saying, did anybody else? I'm wondering if perhaps maybe one of the roommates are. Like, maybe we do need to start looking into them.
I'm sure.
I don't know. What do you think?
I'm sure if they feel that way, there definitely are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I'm not understanding it. I don't know. I've been wanting to bounce this idea, this conversation off of somebody, but everybody, as much as you think
right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's super weird. I'll tell you that much. I'm telling it's. Mm-hmm.
I heard it wasn't her that was running out and passed out.
Right.
It was the person she called to come find them. It was like she was avoiding calling the police.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like, I don't know. So honestly, I think that we should be looking into the roommates. I think that Ethan's family, I don't know. I missed some of your lives, so I don't know exactly what we're all talking about. But I think Ethan's family might be onto something. I think that we are missing something.
Well, I haven't really been. When I was live last time, I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about Christian Andriacchio, AJ Armstrong. I actually been in contact with Christian Andriacchio's mom and
Oh wow.
And who else was it? Travis Juten's mom. I've been in contact with both of them, and Travis Juten's mom believes that, or a lot of them believe that it's connected to Bryan Koberger.
Oh, I don't know a whole lot about that case, so I really do want to I want to go check into that. But I mean, I don't know. I trust you, and I think that whatever the due diligence that you're doing outside of this, so I think that your opinion just for me holds a lot of weight. So I'm really interested. I'm going to look into that after we get off the phone here. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like there's too much missing. There's too much missing, and I think that we should start considering that perhaps the pretty girls that were in the room might not be the safe ones. Because I'm sorry, but if you're gonna fight for your life, if your hands are full, you're literally covering, your hands are getting cut off, almost fingers are getting cut off. You're saying you're not gonna hear that,
right? And
then when you see, I don't know. So I'm sorry. I need to look into that other case because I don't know a lot about it. I do
the thing
name.
that came out is that another two things that came out that stood out to me were Ethan's family wanted Dylan, answers from Dylan, what's going on, what.
Oh,
they want answers. They want answers. That and then the other part for me is the whole Ethan in the doorway. Xana was the last. What was it? Where are you guys getting this information? And what was it? Where did you get it from? Who's telling you this?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
how did she open up her door, see this man so well? She could see his eyebrows, but not see Ethan in the doorway.
That's what I don't know. It's confusing. It's
I know it
confusing
is.
to me, and I can't wait for the trial to come. But there's just been a lot of things poking out and coming out. But it's the families are under a gag order. Everybody's under a gag order. So where is this information leaking to reach public, to be put across national news? Is national news speculating, or are they really, maybe talking to the family on the side and getting some details?
Okay, so I'm of the understanding that the people that are under the gag order are the police and the lawyers. The families
now they did one for the families.
Oh, so the families are now under a gag order as well.
From what I've seen, yeah.
So, what are they about to? Are they about to do some crazy twist, like a horror movie or something?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. We went over that probable cause affidavit, Beth Joy.
I haven't gone over. You know what? I haven't gone over the entire probable cause. I haven't gone over all of it. I just haven't had a lot of time to do so. I don't know. I'm struggling with the roommates, and I just need to. I don't know. I just needed to bounce that off of somebody who is intelligent and is not going to be oh, they're pretty. The pretty girl could not have been doing anything wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's weird. But I appreciate you calling in. It's been fun.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I will talk to you soon. I'm here listening while I get my work done. All right.
God bless you. Get your work done, and thank you for calling in and having a voice in the community. We appreciate you. God bless you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. Who is the leaker? It's a very good question.
Put a rest to this question mark that everybody's had for a very long time. You know what I feel like right now, by the way? I don't know if you ever watched Maury Povich, John, but I feel like we're in the Maury show where they're doing the DNA envelope, and they've got it. They've got the results.
Right. You
And
feel like
you're about to open it.
You're about to announce somebody's baby daddy.
Yeah. I'm kind of just hanging on to this. We have the answer. We have the answer.
You have the manila envelope.
Yeah, Fiddle Dee says that they are on the edge of their sheet.
Nancy, I didn't see that.
Sheet. I just read someone else's in Australia. Forgive me. It's late. Yes, you are the father, Amy in Boston says. Okay.
Okay.
I will not state any further. We have the answer here at Hidden True Crime. I need an envelope to open.
I believe they have nothing.
I don't have an envelope. The final answer is, it is not Bryan Koberger. John and I have now talked to the gentleman that called into T-REV's podcast.
We will get back to that in a minute. 541. I hope you don't got a gun. What's going on? You're live. Can you hear me? 541. 541 hangs up. All right, so 541.
In December. We've talked to him now a couple times. We've gone to know him. I cannot tell you what we talked about in our conversations. John can confirm that we confirmed the information that he relayed. We've confirmed the voice. We've confirmed the phone number. We've confirmed a background check.
A background check. 541. Can you hear me?
T-REV,
What's going
Shaggy
on?
B here.
What's going on, Shaggy B? You're live.
Good. I heard that you got a hold of Travis's mom, and I'm so glad to hear that you did that.
Yeah, I reached out to her. I reached out to her on Facebook.
Yes. I'm so happy.
So I'm just waiting to set something up with her because I want to hear her why she thinks it's connected.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And we want to hear the particulates in that case. We want to know everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I definitely am interested in checking that out because, I mean, it's an unsolved murder that, his mom wants justice.
Yeah. This Dave caller and Lauren Mathis, thinking back during the Kylie Rodney case when it first started, Ickmel had a caller call in, the Ronnie caller, and everybody just freaked out because Ronnie knew so much about, or thought he knew so much about the party, and one of his relations, he said one of his relations was at the party, and everybody just freaked out about that caller.
Right.
And it just raised all hell for Ickmel. And then he had Xana May come on the show, and Ryan Upchurch came on and just destroyed her and pretty much just made Ickmel look bad. And I think you have that in these cases where your channel could be corrupted by certain callers, only brought on by themselves and their own creepiness.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And like Ickmel, he weathered the storm, All you have to do is stay in there and keep doing your job, and you'll get past it.
Yeah, absolutely. Without a shot of a doubt.
And for us to point the finger at Dave, I was there. I was on that night when you called him back and checked his address out, and you gave him every chance to explain himself that night.
Right.
Which he never did. He never did answer the phone, and you called him several times.
He knew. You know what, bro? I'll tell you what. He knew that clip was viral. He loved listening to himself. Allegedly.
Yes.
Allegedly. This is me speculating.
Allegedly.
He knew. He fucking knew. He called in my show at 12:33 a.m. He knew that his voice was out there everywhere. The day that Bryan Koberger got arrested, it went viral. He was probably like, oh, shit. He enjoyed that. And over here, I'm getting hit up by Inside Edition, News Nation, the New York Times, multiple different big media network platforms have reached out to me for interviews. The only one I took was the Chris Cuomo one. And they hit me up and were like, Casey Arntz, Casey Arntz 100% said it was him. And you know, I'm like, oh, well, you know, all right. So I went on and did the interview. I was like, if that's the case and she thinks it's 100% him, then allegedly I do believe it's him. But at the same time, it's unconfirmed. He asked me what my takeaway was. I was like, it's unconfirmed. You know what I mean? Like the FBI need to confirm it first. That's what I told him.
Pure speculation.
On national TV, I said that. I was like,
well, they
it's
sure did like to throw you under the bus when everything, you know what I mean? They had no problem on doing that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all right, though. Fuck them. I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna still be here doing what the fuck I do. I don't care.
You're out there doing the work. It doesn't sway the fact that we need to look into all this, and it needs to be. Some things are sensitive, and the rock needs to be turned over, and some people are gonna get hurt.
Yeah.
No doubt. Well, we got a job to do.
Right. Exactly. It's just, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. It pisses me off that, you know, people are like, oh, you know, T-REV ran with this and that. No, T-REV didn't run with anything. Matter of fact, TikTokers, Twitter users, and people on Facebook made that clip go viral. I didn't even make it go viral. Danny Van Sickle, one of my great subscribers, great members, he reminded me of the call that day, and I played it when Brian Coburger had got arrested. He's like, yo, go back to that call. I went back to that call. Within a matter of 20 minutes, I looked at Twitter. Somebody hit me up and sent me a link. I looked at Twitter, and this video had friggin' 3 million views. It says, Brian Coburger 100% called into T-REV 757 podcast, and it had the link to my YouTube channel and everything in there. And I was like, oh my God, like somebody really just labeled that. That's where it started at. They labeled it. They literally labeled it. Brian Coburger 100% called into T-REV's podcast, and that's what made it go crazy.
Yeah.
So I was like, fuck. Like, damn, people are saying that this is 100% him. So what I did was I took the 15 minutes, clipped it, and uploaded it to my channel and said, I'm the one who, you know, supposedly talked to this person. It's unconfirmed. It's allegedly. The FBI has not told me that this is 100% him. So please don't go say it's 100% him when we don't know that. So yeah,
it sure did sound like him at first. Just his creepiness and everything. It sure did. The way, and it was late into the live stream. You were pretty much over it, and the guy just come out creepy. Anyways, you were calling him out, and it all just went down weird.
Well, apparently, to a lot of people, he's right. He wasn't creepy at all. He was just trying to tell me about the, you know, Sigma Chi places and all that. But I mean, fuck that dude. Personally, that's what I think about him. Fuck speculation and allegedly. Fuck that dude. That dude is ignorant for making the. You know why I say fuck that dude? I'll tell you why I say fuck that dude. He's ignorant for not coming forward and putting that to rest when he could have came forward and put that
personally.
Well, it ain't even just with me personally, right? He could have made a YouTube video and said, "Hey, I was the person who called in. That is not Brian Coburger." So the families don't speculate on if Brian Coburger really called into a podcast on YouTube, because some families can go and listen to that and be like, "This is the guy that hurt my kid, you know, my child." Come forward and put it to sleep instead of letting it, you know, seek out. But instead, he answered them and then went on their podcast and was like, yeah, you can't trust T-REV. What do you mean you can't trust T-REV? I went through 80,000 phone calls to get your number to find out if you were Brian Coburger. The fuck you mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know. That's where I'm
at.
at.
And it was that night. I seen it. I was right there. It was that night. You wasn't going to let it go until you found that number, called it several times.
Right.
Looked up his address a little bit.
Left the voicemail live.
Right.
I mean, it's crazy what these people are, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, dude could have put it to sleep, but either way, it's to sleep now. We know it wasn't him. I'm glad it.
I feel that you're on the right track. You're doing everything the right way.
No doubt, brother.
do not be swayed. You know, do not be swayed by these people.
Yeah, no doubt. Ain't no doubt. Ain't no doubt. Well, man, I appreciate you calling in, man. God bless you, brother.
Yes.
And Shaggy B.
Shaggy B.
I appreciate you, brother. God bless you, and I'll hear from you again, man. I bet I've heard from you from damn near the start.
Yeah, I was there when we found the car in Eugene, and
that's right.
And found the car in Eugene, and I called in a few times to say that we had the right police officers. We have right lead detectives on it, and I was right. They were working the case second week out. And I want to say another thing, that we have the right prosecutor. He is a tenacious man. I watched a case that he had worked before all this, and it was high profile. It was the mechanic that killed his wife, and they didn't have a body at all. But yet they didn't give up the case, and the same prosecutor on the case, very good prosecutor. He is our guy, and he is going to get a conviction in this case, no matter what. So there that is.
Well,
thank you so much for listening to me.
No doubt, my man. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, brother.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate you, man. Lock your doors and take care of your family. I know you're doing it.
I take care of my own. I do. I try to.
You know, protect.
I pride myself on it.
You got this. You always, you got this, man. You
Yes,
got
sir.
This. You got this, Shaggy. And
Thank
I can't
you.
wait to hear from you again, man. I know your family's blessed. I know you're blessed. Thank you for calling in, and I appreciate you sticking with me, man.
Thank you.
God bless you, brother. Shout out to him. 941, what's going on?
Hey, my name is Michelle, and I'm from Sarasota, Florida. And it's really been eating at me that Kaylee, you know, she bought a vehicle because she was going to be leaving that next day. And she asked her parents, hey, I'm going to go over and show Maddie my new vehicle. So who all knew that Maddie had a new vehicle? There wouldn't be many people that would know that, but the roommates and maybe a boyfriend. And if it was Coburger, how would he even know that she was in there and that new car was hers?
Right.
You know, but that's bothering me because I heard, you know, the parents say that and other people that the day she got the car, she wanted to go show Maddie because the next day, I think it was, she was leaving to, was it Texas?
Yeah.
To fulfill her dream.
Yep.
So did the boyfriend know, and the parents knew, and Maddie knew, and all the roommates, because she would have showed them all. So that's bothering me that if they're saying Kaylee was the target. Well, how do they know that? Because, and who all knew she went there in her brand new car? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, shouldn't that be looked into?
I'm sure they already
Because
looked into
if
it.
he was the target, somebody had to know what her new vehicle was that she just got and went over to show Maddie, was killed that night because she just decided to stay all night. Everybody in that complex wouldn't even know she got a brand new car.
Right.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
And if someone's been stalking, wouldn't they think, well, whose car is that? A vehicle is that? That's a new one I haven't seen here. So wouldn't they be like a little fearful to, you know, go in because there's a new car they've never seen there if it was a stalker?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Right.
I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that's of importance?
I think everything that there's a lot of stuff that's at importance, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And I think they've already investigated it.
Oh, they did the car.
I guarantee they investigated a lot of things that
Okay, well, I
a lot of
hope
things
so.
that we speculate about. They've looked into. I guarantee it.
Okay.
They've got those tips right across their desk.
Okay. See, I haven't heard anything about the car or who all knew, and that's why it's been eating at me, thinking, hey, wait a minute here,
Yeah.
Because it's just odd that they were all killed that night and she had gotten a vehicle who followed her with the new vehicle. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, but no one on YouTube has discussed that or gotten anything from, like Truth and Transparency and other people that have gotten the papers. Doesn't say anything about that. When they had people ask for the report and stuff.
Right.
On there. So, okay. What is your speculation on? Do you believe it's Coburger?
Absolutely, 100%. Allegedly.
Yeah.
Allegedly,
Yeah.
100%. I think he, and I also think he acted alone, but that's just me. There's a lot of people that think he had accomplices.
Yeah, and then what bothered me about him too is that it's still going on while he's in jail.
Right.
There was just a new, person, but it could be a copycat, And I don't know if those were with a knife too or what. But, then the girl just left, I think it was Friday, because the person was trying to get in her door and get to her. So
we don't know what DNA they have, right? I mean, we know that they have the snap, right? We know they got DNA off the snap, right? We know that 100%.
Right.
We don't know what other DNA they have. If they have DNA from Brian Coburger on all 4 bodies, it's a wrap.
Good if they do.
But if they can if they can somehow get that sheet dismissed, they would have a hard time with this case if there's no other DNA trace or shoe match or anything like that.
It traced back to the father, the DNA.
Exactly.
What was the other thing I wanted to bring up? Who ordered the food?
The DoorDash?
The fast. Yeah, who ordered that? Which one of the roommates ordered that? And who would have gone to the door to get it, and then minutes later, Coburger gets in?
Right.
And I think the reason why the front door was left open is because one of the roommates opened it because of the stink in the house. They needed to get it out because there's no way they could stay in there and not smell that. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
So I heard someone question about the front door.
Well, if you think about it, if we speculate like this, she had to be Dylan. She slept, woke up around 11. That's when everything pretty much unfolded.
Yeah. But I've had trauma in my life, and I disassociated, and was way out of it. But thank God a police officer pulled up, and I ran right out of the building, and he saved my life. But, I understand what trauma, and if she saw it, and the shock of it, you're hysterical, and I kind of understand how she must have felt. But then within an hour, I don't know. We'll just have to see what comes out with Dylan. But that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about was about the car, because I haven't seen anything in the papers that people can get from the police to look at everything.
Right.
But do you think they've given all the you guys the information in their statements, or do you think there's stuff that they're not going to let us know other than defense?
I mean, I think I'll tell you this. Huh? I'll tell you this right now. June. That's when a lot of stuff will come out. That's why I put it on everything.
I'm like, it's not going fast enough. June's gonna be too long to wait. So, okay.
When that day comes, we'll hear a lot more. I feel like.
Yeah, that's my feeling, thoughts on that too. Okay, well, I love your show, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for calling in and having a voice in the community. God bless you.
Yeah, and you take care, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, get rest.
Lock
okay,
your
later.
doors. Thank you. Shout out to her. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Boom. Before I could even go. 757 sent from heaven. What's going on?
Hey, Trev. Miss Donna.
What's going on, Donna? You back?
I'm back. Well, I was thinking about something.
What's that?
They were talking about Kaylee saying, I don't know how long before all this happened, that she had a stalker. In one of the shows, I wish I need to write down these shows that I watch because I don't remember which one it was. But they were talking about, supposedly, Coburger had been in this area quite a bit. And, she kept saying she was being stalked, whatever. Just like with Nancy Grace's show. I mean, he could have sat up there in that parking lot for hours in his car and just watched that house. Because what would have stopped him? That parking lot was small. All you had to do was park there, and you could see everything he needed to see. But the one thing, I think it was on Grizzly, John Kelly, I think who said it. John Kelly, the profiler.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. He's on Grizzly a lot. Grizzly True Crime. That's where I found him at.
Yeah, I want to say that he was real big in the smiley face killer cases. But anyway, he was saying that he felt like the killer had been in the house numerous times. And with the way these kids went to class, they left the doors open. They never really locked up behind themselves, and maybe their bedrooms, But he felt like maybe the killer, and I would just allegedly say Brian, made his way into this house when everybody left.
Right.
And that's how he knew where each room was. That's where he knew, he said they definitely need to check for DNA inside the closet. He may have trophies that he didn't take the night of the killing, but he may have gone in there and taken trophies that people may not notice, maybe it's a pair of panties or whatever, and he was saying that it would not be surprising if it was numerous times because of the opportunistic times that he would be able to go in there.
Right.
So he may not have even had to have met them, dated them, even spoken to them. Because I know right after the killing, when I went on to Facebook and I went on to Maddie and Kaylee's Facebook page, he friended them, but they did not friend him back.
Right.
So, like, for me, I'm not a friend of theirs, so I can't see what they're doing. Who did he know that he could have seen that Kaylee was back in town? Because if she just pulled up to the house in her car, there's no way he could have known it was her unless he was sitting right there watching, And Xana and Ethan, they weren't even on him. He wasn't even following them.
Right.
And so it just seems kind of weird to me. And John was like, hey, John Kelly was talking about that. And I'm thinking to myself, he's spot on with that. Because everybody's thinking, he was following her and he was in the dark shadows, or he was sitting at a table at her job, or he was trying to date her or date one of them or whatever. Not true. Not true. That made a lot of sense to me because of the fact that house was so open. And so many people partied there, and in and out. He could have gone in, even during a party, and just walked around and looked at the place, because it had to have been surveillanced. Because you yourself, if you were to walk in that house, you wouldn't know where to go. You wouldn't
Right.
know. You'd have to kind of figure it out. This person was methodical. They walked in there, they knew exactly where they were going, they knew exactly what they were going to do, and then they left.
Oh my God!
He had to have been there before.
Yeah, you got to break it down. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that
So
is
he made
very
a lot
possible.
of sense with that. He really did. And I always thought,
How do we know he didn't attempt this a few more times, prior, and at the same residence, and went in and scoped it out, or even just went in and scoped it out in general?
Well, they said it could have been when they were at work, could have been when they were at class. He said it could have been, they could have been throwing a party. Sometimes they had 100 people in that damn place. You know? He could have just walked right in as a nobody. You know, because a lot of times those parties, they don't even know who's there. They see their friend and like, oh, well, maybe he came with this person, or maybe he came with that person, you know, or they're drinking. They're not even going to pay attention. How many times have you been to a party that people walk in and you don't even notice who the hell walks in the party? You know, all you know is that you're there with your friends and you're having a good time. So it would be nothing just to walk in, scope out the place, leave, you know, and then come back another time. So I'm kind of leaning towards what John Kelly's saying about how he surveillanced them either up from the hill, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think he did. I also think he surveillanced them too.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning on. I think he's like scoping them from a distance. I really don't even think he went in and ordered food. I think he saw them somewhere and was attracted to them, or you know, who the hell knows? Maybe it was just he went to a party and someone said something to him that struck him sideways.
Right.
You know? So I'm interested to see what set him off and how he went about that, because he was too much in that area. He was too much in that area, and with her saying she was being stalked, you have that feeling. You can have that feeling when something doesn't seem right about a person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she may have seen him, but like all those people have been talking about, that stare, him staring down women, making them feel uncomfortable, you know?
Yeah, no.
It may have just been a moment.
Well,
but
I appreciate you calling in.
I
did know, but I honestly, to be honest with you, what you were touching on, the surveillance, what John Kelly thought, or and I did hear him say that on Grizzly's channel. Actually, my personal opinion is that he did surveil him, because, and I do, and I really am sticking by the fact that I think that Coburger has been in that house before. I really do think Coburger's been to that house. I think he's been inside. I think he's seen maybe each room. Just look at, look at the, who was there when they were partying and stuff. I feel like somewhere along Coburger has been there. I don't know whether he was invited or uninvited and just slipped in and seen them as an easy target and always scoped out the area, or what it may be. I'm speculating when I talk like that, so do not run with that to the bank, guys. I'm just saying in general. But I do think that he surveilled them, and I believe he surveilled that area. I believe he surveilled that whole area.
Look at that one police cam when they knocked on the door during that party.
Right.
Not one person that lived there was home.
Mm-hmm.
Not one person. So in a situation like that, he could have walked in there. Never, knew there was a party going on, walked in, and, nobody was there except for a bunch of people.
Zillow, too. A lot of people are mentioning the Zillow and you being able to look at the layout. Yeah, that, too.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Are you going to be doing anything on Christian anytime soon?
Yeah, I do plan on doing something on Christian. I've been tied up because of that damn 7 days, because I wanted to go live with his mom.
Right.
But yeah, but I have to talk to her again, because I let her know. I was like, man, I'm suspended right now from going live on YouTube. So pushing out something.
It's a good case.
But yeah, no, it's a case that blows your mind, and yeah, we'll speak about that differently. But yeah, thank you for calling in, Donna. God bless you. Thank you for having a voice in the community. We love you, and stay safe.
Love you guys too.
Thank you. Shout out to Donna, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9692. Make sure you call in. What's up? We're back, baby. Let's get it. I think he knew Kaylee was there. He went after 3 people. Ethan wasn't supposed to be there, in my opinion. He had the one lady, then the 2, and then the wife lived. He was after 3 that night, in my opinion. He wanted to kill 3 people, in my opinion, says Mouthy Mama. And I think you mean like he did 1, he went for the 2. Now he wanted to graduate to 3 and then maybe to 4 next time. I think that's what you're saying. Coburger is our guy, says Lex. Is he? 443, you're on with me. What's going on?
Hi, how are you?
I'm hanging in there.
I just wanted to, I was saying it in the chat a couple of times. I have a feeling, and it's just my speculation, that he went in there for Maddie, not knowing that Kaylee was even there because she had left, and found her. And then when he went downstairs, was just caught by Ethan and Xana, and that happened too.
So, I don't know, like after all this time, he's been arrested. What do you think about Ethan's parents coming out and wanting questions or, questions answered from Dylan? What do you think about that?
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the 2 girls. Like, part of me as a mom wonders what my kids would do. And they're in a college house where people are in and out all the time. It's not uncommon to see people coming and going that you might not know.
Answers. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just something that's on my mind. After seeing it, I'm like, damn, I seen that I seen a bunch of reports on it that Ethan's family wants answers from Bethany, like why, or not Bethany, I'm sorry, Dylan. They want questions. They want their questions answered.
And we could all be totally wrong. It's just, I don't know. There's something. I have a feeling he just went in for the 1 for some reason. And the car, how he wasn't in there long, and how the car was circling. The time is short. If there was someone else, I believe he was dropped off and they were circling and then came back and picked him up. And for all we know, he might not have been picked up till 9 o'clock when the car came back by in the morning. No one was up.
Yeah, I don't know. That one messed with me when I seen that like his family, because you got to think about it. It's like, man, they just lost a son that was about to, be something in this world, and they're just ripped up about it. I mean, I don't know. When I read the article that I've read, it touched my heart. I was like, damn, they're really, they've had time to sit back and think about stuff.
Right.
So now they're like, why didn't she call the police?
Yeah, the whole thing's awful, and hopefully there's some answers, and it's, if he did do it, he comes out and gives these family answers and that they need to move on. But that was all.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. God bless you. Lock your doors, and thank you for having a voice in the community.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Shout out to her, man. Rich Buddy says the DNA trace to BK, not the father. They got an order from his DNA. That boy's crazy. Hold on, let me pull this up. Tony Martin, I've thought about that too. You probably didn't expect Kaylee and Ethan to be there. Maybe hoped all would be asleep. I think he didn't wait to strike as in another night because it's you're about to say something else. Pin a rose on your nose. How you doing? Missed you. Glad you're back. Right? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. They won't get them till trial. Hold up. What is the next poll, guys? I'm trying to think of a poll here. Information is all right. So the question on the poll is, do you think information the news is reporting on is speculation? Question mark. That's what I got, right? So for my answers, I'm going to have information from the families. That's how we'll do it. Information from the families. Families, speculation. We're making shit up for clicks. How about that? All right, there we go. I just wanted to change that one, change the poll. But how's everybody been doing? Stacy Nicole agreed. This is my theory. Oh, you guys don't want to hear my theory. I'm gonna make a video about that, about what I think my theory is personally, because my theory is different. 1 second, let's play this because there's this one video. Where's it at? I want to finish showing you guys. I want to finish showing you that.
So we won't dig into his privacy anymore by sharing anything that we talked about, right, John? Like we're gonna keep that
right. So we know it's not Coburger. We've definitely ruled Coburger out. I'm sure the FBI may have done this a while ago, but speculation was still rampant. So we wanted to finally try to get an answer to this. And as you said, there was some compelling evidence here. You know, Casey Arntz, who was a friend of Coburger's for 4 years, thought it was him. There were people on TikTok doing voice comparisons. They thought it was him.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't help. It doesn't help that there's a gag order on FBI. So everyone's like, well, I'm sure the FBI's figured it out, right? But how do we know? And certainly the true crime community deserves to know what's going to assess this case.
Yeah. And also the caller, whom we will now call Demo, the caller was insightful. The caller
Nancy,
actually, as I pointed out, the caller had a pretty good handle on Coburger's motivations, and so that was compelling too. In other words, without even looking at the voice, I think there was some behavioral evidence that it could have been Coburger. So
yeah, Julie Holden is stating that they'd love to know why you made some crazy comments about like 10 Sigma Chi members asking how to commit the perfect murder.
You guys need to see this for the people who haven't.
You know, we can't share again what this person stated to us, but we can ask Demo ourselves. So we're gonna invite Demo on right now.
hello, Demo.
Hello.
This is the big reveal. You are the caller that everybody's been speculating about for the last 2 months. Thanks for joining us.
Will the real Demo please stand up?
Get the fuck out of here!
Thank you.
Hello.
You can call me Mad Dog too. That's the other name I go by is Mad Dog.
That may not help your case, by the way, but okay. All right.
Well, I'm not defending myself for anything because
no, I know.
All I did was called a stupid YouTube thing, so that's it.
You have regrets? Do you have regrets calling in?
Absolutely. Never do that. Ever.
I'm gonna drop a video.
Never call into anything. It's not good, especially on the YouTube.
We had to do some coercing to get you on here. We definitely had to do some convincing.
Shout out to you, Christina.
Absolutely. Sorry. Yeah. I'm trying to get my camera right here.
All right, so guys, if you just came in and you're new and you want to know what I'm watching, right here is, I'm sure most of you heard because a lot of you been on this channel for a long time and been rocking with me since the start of this case, or whether it was before that. This is the guy that called me and everybody thought was Bryan Kohberger. And I did give them all the information to get in contact with them so they didn't just go under my wing and do this. I gave Lauren the information. She got in touch with him and got him up here and did this. So
yeah,
you're good.
Well,
you're good. It's YouTube. Don't worry about it.
T-REV in helping with this and saying, we appreciate T-REV. T-REV said, hey, look, I trust the Hidden True Crime team. He gave us some important information as well. And he said, look, I just want to know either way. I reached out to T-REV tonight too to say, hey, do you want to jump on? We could have had like a whole reunion. What would that be? Like it's either a big class reunion here.
I don't want to talk to that guy.
Yeah, it's been a hard.
You don't want to talk to me, but you called me 6 times that night.
2 months for you. And
well, it's not been hard. It's just like he's up to no good. So it's yeah, not into it.
Could you talk a little bit about
some people
that
don't know
call?
that?
Could you talk about a little bit about your interest in calling in?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So earlier in the day, I was watching stuff on my phone about the Moscow murders, and I came across T-REV, and like he had people calling in, and he seemed like he was pretty cool, and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool, great. And then I went about my day and did some stuff, and then later in the night, I was hanging out at my house and drinking some beers, and his channel came up again, and then it seemed like not much was going on, so I called in. And that was it. So basically, the call that has people all up in arms was just a dude hanging out at his house, having some beers, going.
All right, so for everybody, because this is the rumor that's going around right now. T-REV takes your guys' phone numbers and gives them out, and you get weird texts and messages and all types of weird shit. That's the rumor that's going out, is that when you guys call me like you call me every time, that I give your phone number away and people hit you up and assault you and talk shit to you. That's the rumor going around right now. Is that true whatsoever? For everybody who's ever called into my show, have you ever been stalked or texted from weird places? Have I ever gave your number out or your information or anything? Drop that in the comments right now. Let me know, because that's the accusations that are being thrown at me right now. Even by people that were in my Discord yesterday, somebody said, T-REV is all about money. T-REV is all about this. T-REV is all about that. But in general, have I ever gave anybody in here's phone number out? Have you ever been harassed in any way? Because these are the accusations that are coming my way after this dumb shit. The only I gave this dude's number to my Discord team, and I gave this dude's number to them, and I gave this dude's number to the Cuomo producers. Those are the only people that I gave this number to. Is, like I said, my Discord team, them, Hidden True Crime Podcast, and Chris Cuomo's producers.
I wonder if this is why this happened. That was it.
Yeah. Well, I give you credit. You had some good insights into the case. So your call was interesting. I think part of the problem was that your call was interesting enough that people took it seriously.
So I'm trying to get my camera right here. Well, I honestly, I was embarrassed about my insights. To be honest with you, it's like, well, it seemed kind of silly. So
yeah, tell us. Well, I'm going to ask you questions, and you just answer what you want. You can say, I don't want to answer that, but we talked earlier today, and you sort of shared what you were trying to convey on the phone to him. Do you want to explain that? Because there are a few people asking here, and we can see these chats coming through. I don't know if you can see those, but people are asking, what you were trying to convey. I think, well, I'll let you talk.
I wasn't trying to convey anything other than this would be the same thing as some two dudes that are walking off the soccer field or the whatever and going like, hey, what do you think happened with this? I think it might have been that. Oh, really? Like, it's just conjecture. That was it. There was nothing interesting about it. Like, I don't have a perspective on the case itself. It was like, oh, why do you think someone would do whatever they do? And then you just talk about it. That's like how people get along.
I see people asking, who is this guy? This is the dude that called in and everybody thought was Bryan Kohberger. allegedly.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And can I state some things about you that were said on the call about where you worked, like for everyone that's heard the call? So you worked at, like what you told me was the accurate story. You worked at a bar 10 years ago.
Yeah.
You stated that to T-REV. So I'm just repeating.
Probably longer, probably more like 15 years ago, but I don't know. I'm not doing math on my, I'm not filling out a job application. So.
Yeah. Right. So you were there at this, and I want people to know, we've done our due diligence. We have looked into Demo. We know a lot about
You
Demo.
looked into me.
Yeah, we looked into him. So yes, he did indeed work.
So I'm a bad lover.
I know everything about you. No, I don't know everything about you. But I do know a good amount, and I make sure that people stop trying to find out everything about you, and that's what was sort of happening with all of this.
I guess so.
Yeah. So you had these kind of casual conversations when.
Call it T-REV and apologize for turning it in and discriminating a weird caller if the caller was not part of this. Well, let's take it back to day one. I didn't even, on the day that Brian Coburger got arrested, one of my subscribers one of my lovely members brought this up to me about this phone call. So you want me to call and apologize to this dude about other people's speculation? And then when I speculated on it, like, damn, his friend 100% said it's him. It sounds like him. Nah, I'm not calling to apologize to this dude. What am I going to call and apologize to this dude who's trolls and won't even give me a call back, but will answer everybody else, but won't squash and put out there that what other people speculate 100% is Brian Coburger on the other line? Why would I call and apologize to this dude who only could text me, you're a piece of shit, but not hit me up and do a video or just say on the air that I didn't, that's not Brian Coburger. The families can rest now. No, I can't. Matter of fact, he can apologize to the families for letting it fly so long. That's what he could do. Other than that, I don't give a fuck.
And people would come into the bar, and sometimes it could be a Sigma Chi person. There is a Sigma Chi chapter near you as well.
No, wrong.
No, wrong. Okay, tell me.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I must have worked with I don't know how many, and I don't want to get scrutinized for my numbers again.
Wait, yeah.
So I must have worked with at least 1 to 30 Sigma Chi's while I worked at that bar.
Mm-hmm.
Now we know.
Probably more like 5 to 10, like I said the first time. But, it's like they say stuff like, oh.
772, what's up?
T-REV?
Yep. You're live. What's going on?
I gotta know. I've really missed you. Welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in.
I just was looking around and found, well, there he is. I knew we were up till about 11:45 last night waiting. I couldn't stay awake anymore.
I passed out.
Good for you. I'm just glad to see you. That's all I really wanted to say. But while you got this asshole up on the screen, first of all, as everybody probably has already said, because I just tuned in, he could have cleared this all up very quickly, very simply by just returning your communication. It could have been done months ago. Could have saved you a whole lot of aggravation. Maybe you ought to sue him for mental anguish.
Right?
For what he put you through.
Yeah, no doubt.
Secondly, these people here, the only reason he picked up the phone is because he thought that lady was the power company. the caller ID came up something. He thought it was the power company. That's the only reason he answered. And you can tell these two people, while they're talking to him, they're like walking on eggshells. They don't know what he's going to say. They don't know how he's going to say it. They know they can't trust them. You just look at their faces. They know they can't trust them. And I'm going to tell you, my prediction is going to come back to bite them. He is not trustworthy, and he's going to come back, and he's going to give these people the same kind of treatment that he gave you. And that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey. All I did was try to, hey, even though it wouldn't matter if he came out and cleared it or not, in my opinion, I still think that phone call, and this is just me speculating and allegedly, it would, like that shit was either one, you were trolling, or two, you're just a weirdo. Like, I don't know. That's just me though. And I'm allowed to say that about anybody who fucking, and I don't really judge nothing but that. Immediately when I got that phone call, I thought dude was a weirdo. I thought he's lying, because in reality, does 10 people come up and ask you how to get away with murder?
Never.
That you work with at a
I've never had one person. I'm 65 years old. Not one person has ever asked me that. And
exactly. That's all I was touching on. That was what was weird to me. Like you just now I know you're lying. When I hear somebody go, yeah, I worked with 10 Burger King guys, and all of them said they know how to get away with it. Can you get away with murder? They all asked me, how can I get away with murder, when I was a manager at Burger King. It's the same thing as me saying
what
that.
If. What if it really was?
Right.
And you didn't pursue that? That could have been a whole nother thing. Like what if you didn't look back and try to figure it out? And like you said, I was there when he called. Mm-hmm. I heard that. Mm-hmm. I was there when all these people were like up your ass to come talk about it here, come talk about it there, come talk about it here.
Right.
It wasn't, you weren't out there like, rooting around for attention. If anything, you were doing your best to avoid the whole freaking situation. And then it goes all quiet, and all of a sudden, little Mr. Sunshine pops back up, because nobody's talking about him anymore. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I just think
personally, I don't give a fuck about this dude. I want the family to get justice.
He's an asshole, but I think these people that had him on the show, like normally I think they're pretty nice people, and they did try to, as best they could. When they were trying to defend you, they knew if they defended you too much, he was going to turn.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they had to play him just like he was playing them. And I don't know. He's going to.
Well, she hit me up. They messaged me. They messaged me and said, T-REV, do you want me to delete the video? So they told me asked me straight up, do you want me to delete it or not? Because we wanted you on that night with us.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I felt like they were trying to do their best to represent your position.
Right.
But I also think you could just see, these are smart people, these two. Like, you could tell the way they were talking to him. They knew if one wrong phrase, and crazy man over there was going to just snap while he was kicking back his cheap-ass Pabst beer. Not that he gets beer, but...
Right.
But I want to disrespect Pabst beer, but it's not my personal favorite. But
right.
But I mean, and if he was going to take that call, why wouldn't he have his wits about him and present himself in the most sensible fashion if he really wanted to? I don't know. It just, the whole thing set me over the edge, and I'm just glad you're back, because I can't type that much in that Discord. I'm going blind.
I know the screen moves fast, but hey, look, I'm glad I'm back. It's been 7 days, but we're back.
You did your time.
I did my time.
You're out of the jail.
Yeah, I'm out of.
You need to think about that Rumble. You can say anything you want on there.
I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check Rumble out. Maybe I can go live from both at the same time.
I think you can. I think a lot of people do.
Well,
all right. Well, you take care. I'm not going to tie up your lines. I'm just glad to see you. I miss you.
Thank you. I missed you guys too. Thank you so much. God bless you. I gotta know, and lock your doors.
Yes, sir. God bless you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. Let's hear it. This caller is spot on. Called our guy, arrest him. LOL, he thinks he made 2 new friends, not change that number, John. 951, what's up? Hello?
Hey.
Hey, what's going on? You live?
I got through. Papa Sal.
Papa Sal, what's going on, my man? The man with the plan.
Let me tell you something. Hold on. All right.
Go ahead. I know you're muting the background.
I didn't think. I just walked into the room.
Mm-hmm.
And I see T-REV live. And I went, holy shit. Here's my brother.
Let's go.
Oh, my God. There is withdrawals. And then there's the shakes. I don't know which is worse. But man, I was missing you big time.
My brother made a Twitter to track my ass down.
Yes, I did. You don't want to hear about that. That'll take up your whole show.
It's okay. We love you, Papa Sal.
I love you too, brother. I don't even know what we're talking about. Like I said, I just walked in.
We're talking about, we were talking about the Idaho 4, Xana, Ethan, and then this dipshit Dave that called in that went on their show. A lot of people are like, a lot of people who have came to me and were like, they were just, Hidden True Crime was trying to get views off you, etc. But I gave them all the information to get in touch with this guy, with this bozo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's besides the point. What I wanted to talk about today is the, you got Ethan's family coming out and asking, they want answers from Dylan on why the police, why the police weren't called, etc. From what I read.
Sure.
And then you got Xana grabbed the knife. Where is this information coming from?
Yeah. I think it's another rumor because, like I said, if any of that was true, when the cops walked through, they smelt the blood. They could smell it. Walked into the door, and then he looked into the right, and he seen somebody on the floor inside the bedroom, and he knows it was Xana.
Right.
And then he knows when he walked in, he seen another body, which was Ethan. He didn't say nothing about anybody in the hallway. He would have mentioned that.
Right.
I'm sure he would have. Just like he's mentioning the body inside the room on the floor. He would have definitely said there's a body in the hallway, So I don't believe that. Now, whether or not Xana fought, according to her dad, she was tough, and maybe she did. And a lot of them, or all of them, had defensive wounds.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's what they mean with Xana's defensive wounds. But I don't believe that other thing. I don't believe that. So many. I wish they could vet these guys that come in with these stories. I mean, really, he's got inside information. Well, yeah, who's your inside information, pal?
Yeah, where's it coming from?
Right. How come you're anonymous? Well, speak up. Say who you are. Say how you know this shit. Man, it's just fucked
exactly.
up.
They won't do that though because the gag orders.
Right.
That's exactly why they won't do it.
Right.
That's exactly. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, that's how they're doing it, man.
If that was one of my kids, let me tell you something. Steve would look like a butterfly compared to me. I would have crazy.
Oh my God!
Crazy.
You'd have snapped out. I just don't. I don't know, man. I don't understand. I don't understand a lot of why they're. It's like they're choking everyone out in this case. They had making everybody be quiet. They're making the families, have to be silent. It's crazy. It just blows my mind. It blows my mind.
Yeah. What do they got to look forward to? June 26th?
Mm-hmm.
Really? If they're feeling like this now, imagine in between.
Right.
That's crazy. Unbelievable shit. I always said when you came back, I'd have a million things to ask you, but like I said, I just walked in the door, and I'm all out. I don't know.
So I mean, what's bothering you the most, Papa Sal? What is bothering you the most about this case? What is your
that some people?
What's your headache?
Right now, it's the people that are saying he left a calling card. Really, a calling card. Right. I'll leave the sheets here so that this way I can fuck with the police. Get the fuck out of here. This guy didn't want to get caught. He didn't want to leave nothing behind. Nothing.
Yeah, dude,
and as far as, well, he seen Xana, or he told Xana, if you say anything, you're next. No. He didn't even see him.
Right.
Her. He didn't see her. Come on. He would have killed her too.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how tired he was. I don't give a fuck. He would have stuck that fucking knife in her chest without a doubt.
Without a doubt. Now, what is your thoughts on? I mean, come on now, Xana grabbing the knife, and I know I made a video about it. I know you probably seen it, but Xana, where is this information coming from that Xana grabbed the knife? Fingers cut off. I keep hearing about it. I see it. I read about it, but in general, where is that coming from?
The same fuck who said that Ethan was in the hallway. My God! Oh, I want to believe it's not true. I mean, like I said, I would have thought the cops would have mentioned Ethan in the hallway and then looked over him and seen the body of the girl. You know what I mean? It just bothers me, the whole thing, with these people, with these stories. This one, that one, this fucking prick over here, Dave. Get out of here. I fucking knew he wasn't the guy. I knew it, and I know you kind of knew it too.
Yeah, at the same time, it's like at the end, when I got a text message that said you're a piece of shit, which was like a couple days before they actually got a hold of him, because I told Hidden True Crime, I was like, yeah, he messaged me and said I was a piece of shit. Yeah, but he won't, and he called my phone. He calls my phone when I pick up. He hangs up. So now I was like, get a hold of this dude and squash it.
So who's the piece of shit? And that's why I think I told you, don't listen. Don't give this guy any fucking time. Don't waste any airtime with this fuck. Get out of here.
Yeah, you did say that 100%.
Yeah. And the same thing with these rumors, buddy. I mean, until they could come up and say, well, I'm friends with what. And another thing that bothers me, and I got to let you know this, why did they call their friends before they called the cops? Right. That kind of bothers me. That really bugs me. I mean, obviously, one or two or whoever went into the house, and we know that because when the cop was about to walk into the house, one of them yelled out, "Dead." So we know they were inside the house.
Right.
And to me, that was wrong, man. That was wrong. I don't know their reasoning why. I don't know why she waited 8 hours. That's bullshit that I'm dying to find out. Dying to find out.
Right.
Really? 8 hours? Really? Come on.
Yeah, we also heard that the whole time before they arrested him, that, Ethan was in the hallway.
Oh, they did say that? I don't remember hearing
No, just a lot of people speculating on that.
Oh, I see.
You know what I'm saying? There was.
Yeah.
If you remember, there was a lot of people like, yeah, well, Ethan was in the hallway or by the steps, and that's what I kept hearing about every time. Every time That's every time I went live, I got a phone call. Everybody was talking about how Ethan was either in the hallway or by the stairs, or it was like
in the kitchen, right? Yeah, because you wanted to believe, or you wanted to think that he fought this guy, that he was the only man in the house. And another thing, and then I'll let you go, buddy, because I can't believe I got through the first time I called. I got through. I don't believe it.
Yeah, no doubt.
I just walked in, seen your name, and I went, "Whoa, I gotta call."
It was made for you to get through.
Yep. Let me ask you something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He walks in through the back door. Okay. He passes down his room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they say he goes up the stairs, which I don't believe. I believe he killed Ethan and Jana. I don't care what anybody says. I think he did them in first. But okay, he walks up the stairs. He opens Kaylee's room, puts the dog in there, or the dog is already in there. But he opened that door and closed it. Then he went into Maddie's room, opened the door, did what he did, then goes down the stairs, passes Zena's room again. They're not saying if he tried to open her door or not, but he didn't try. But he passes her door again, goes into Ethan and Jana's room, does what he does there to fuck, and then comes back out, passes Zena's room. It looks like he tested every door except Xana's door.
Right.
Why? Why didn't he check her room? And believe me, I'm not saying nothing bad about Xana, and I definitely don't think she was a part of it. Absolutely not, 1,000%. But did he check her door?
You mean Dylan?
Yeah, no. Yeah, Dylan. Did he check her door?
Mm-hmm.
He walked by her door at least 2 or 3 times.
Right.
He didn't look in there. He looked in every other door. Why?
Yeah, no, wow.
How could he pass that room? I don't get it. I don't get it.
No doubt, man. No doubt. Uncle, I was about to call you Uncle Sal. Papa Sal.
Papa Sal.
Papa Sal, man. Hey, Papa Sal, man. I appreciate you calling in. It's always a blessing to hear from you. I hope the family's doing good in West Virginia. But thank you for calling in, man. I'm glad I'm glad you're here. First day back.
I'm glad you're here. Oh man, brother, I miss you, pal.
What?
Good. All right, first day back. I got through. Let somebody else get a chance. Love to all your listeners. Wishing your families well. Hey, I like the song, by the way.
I appreciate it.
Song.
Yeah, it was a song me and my dad did on suicide prevention.
Yeah,
but I mean, it was my own. It was one of that was a true story. My lyrics are true stories. Same with my dad. We both been through some stuff, so we got together and made that song.
Yeah, my girlfriend's dad killed himself.
Oh wow,
fucking crazy. But yeah, I'm not really a rapper type of guy. I pretty much like doo-wop and the oldies and shit like that.
Yeah,
but and then when they started rapping fast, I don't understand the fucking word they're saying. I don't understand the word they're saying.
Yeah, it's easy. I'll make you understand it. No.
Sounds good.
Papa Sal, I'm glad to hear from you, brother. Stay blessed, and I can't wait to hear from you again.
Yes.
God bless you, man. Lock your doors and keep one in that hollow tip.
No, I keep my jaw ajar. I want.
No, I'm saying keep a hollow tip in the chamber.
Absolutely.
You know what time it is.
Yep.
God bless you. God bless you, Papa Sal.
Love you.
Love you, Bubba. Shout out to him, man. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. I wonder if it was locked, if you thought it was entry room or a pantry. I don't know. I'm looking for this video that I seen the other day. Murder's family challenging gag order.
Now to some breaking news. The family of one of the University of Idaho victims killed in a quadruple homicide in Moscow is challenging a court order that says they can't speak publicly about the case. An attorney representing Kaylee Gonsalves's family filed a motion that says they are not parties in the case against accused killer Bryan Koberger and should not be subject to the judge's non-dissemination order. The judge's order, filed back in January, says any interested party in this case cannot make extrajudicial statements, meaning any statements outside of court proceedings. The Gonsalves's attorney says the victim's surviving family members are free to speak to the public and the media under the First Amendment to the Constitution. A group of news agencies, including 4 News Now, is already planning to fight the gag order, saying it is overly broad, also saying it violates the First Amendment rights of those involved in the case.
Yeah, I'm about to go to that.
Public defender Ann Taylor is still.
Hold up, that's not the one right here, right? It's this was 6 days ago, which I've seen this one. Actually, I want to see this one again.
On Bryan Koberger's case. She has not recused herself, and she is back in the news again tonight. Prosecution asked her to share any evidence that might tend to prove Koberger's innocence, and this week she responded. It's called a discovery request. She said that they have nothing to turn over at this time, writing, and I quote, "There are no books, papers, documents, photographs, or copies or portions thereof in the possession of the defendant at this time, which will be submitted at the time of trial." And she goes on to say there are no results, reports of physical or mental examinations or scientific tests which are in the possession of the defendant at this time. Joining me now is Jennifer Coffendorfer. She's a former FBI special agent with 28 years in federal law enforcement. So Jennifer, hearing about, I'm going to get you to sort of respond to all of the things that we're reporting tonight. This new information coming from sources close to the investigation, and then, of course, this new response to the request for discovery. So let's start with the new information. Your thoughts?
Well, the new information coming forward, depending on...
Amy, what are you talking about, Amy? Okay, well, I can't help you, T-REV, if you can't respond to me in my offer of help. I'm out. What do you mean? I didn't even see what you said. I'm confused.
How you really look at what the coroner said. If you look at the coroner's notes, he or she actually came back later and sort of recanted her initial statement and basically said, no, they weren't really all in bed. So we now have really 2 statements from the coroner regarding what she saw that night. So I would be in agreement with your other guests that both what the coroner said previously and what we know now could comport, because I think they were said in very general terms initially.
There's also so much discussion about this potential conflict of
Valerie,
interest.
what's up?
I know that the rules of conflicting are slightly different in Idaho, but I keep coming back to this could be a death penalty case. So I don't think you can cut any corners anywhere and assuage any sort of conflict at all if you're dealing with a case that could end up as a death penalty case. What's your read on that?
You know, I agree with you, Ashley. The bottom line is the rules are definitely lax when you look at both the case law and also their regulations. And actually in one of the court rulings, they even described it as sort of relaxed in terms of their conflict. And this just isn't a situation where you can operate in the gray. We know that the defense is going to put forward a very strong argument, and that could entail drugs. And there could be a nexus that they try to establish. And based on Kara's background, that could be an issue. And I just cannot understand why anyone.
I'm sorry, Amy. I missed it. I didn't see your prior messages. As the bar keeps sliding on me like it did on the other computer.
In the abundance of caution would continue to represent.
And that there hasn't been any kind of public addressing of this issue at all. Maybe there's been an in-camera meeting, but we don't know anything about it. Last question for you. I want to read you something that really tweaked. This was fascinating in the state's response to the request for discovery. So, to the extent that information exists regarding an informant who is not going to be produced as a witness, including recordings or written statements of an informant, or that identify such an informant, such information is not subject to disclosure. And the state asserts informative privilege and prays for appropriate protective orders as necessary. An informant?
No, I never heard of the docket. Never heard of the docket. You said Amy was asking if you heard of the... Nope.
I mean, should we assume there is one? Or is this just in case there is one? Help me sort through the import of that.
It's me.
Well, when I first read that, Ashley, I was very convinced that there is an informant or informant information that is going to come forward. If there weren't, they would have simply addressed that they don't have any such information, and it would have been in the negative. But because it's worded this way, I think that there is some informant information.
Well, I can't wait to find out what that is. Jennifer Coffendorfer, thank you. And I'm going to ask you to stay, too, because I have some questions for you a little later in the program as well. I'm going to move on to this other story that we're following, though. It is high drama in the... Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
All right, hold up. Now, let's go back to the few days, though. Let's go back, because there's been some videos. Let me blow that up, too, like that, so we can actually see. Let's go to the videos that we were talking about here. 19 hours ago? Come on. This mic's in my way. Reportedly fired. Oh, yeah. I definitely want to watch that. Add to queue. I want you to add that to queue. I want you to add that to queue. These are new? Oh, I didn't see these. Yep. I need to see him. Sorry, but I got to see those. Hold up. Let's see. Where's the other one, too? Yeah, I want to hear about that. I seen about that on a different channel, though. Let's see.
Dr. Scott Bond. He's a criminologist, a professor. He's the author of the best-selling book, Why We Love Serial Killers, The Curious Appeal of the World's Most Savage Murderers. Dr. Bond, you probably just heard the breaking news that we just reported on all of these conflagrations that Bryan Koberger seemed to have been having with his professors, with his students,
what up, Texas Angel?
and with other people on the staff, to the point where he was cut loose. He was fired from Washington State University from his teaching job. I just wanted to get your initial reactions to sort of that behavioral profile as you look at then now what he's accused
Hold
of.
on, let me go to there.
Oh, absolutely. And first of all, thank you for...
Oh, somebody's ringing in. 651, what's going on?
Hey, it's Amy.
Amy, what's up?
I'm calling about the docket.
Okay, so the docket thing that you're talking about, somebody just mentioned in Twitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I do follow them on Twitter.
He's very, very, very informative. He gets documents from the courts that nobody can get, and he shares them with minimal people. Now, when you were saying something about Zaina being the last one killed, that's where I heard it from a document that he got from the court.
Makes sense
and
now.
This was on a very prominent channel. I'm telling you, the Grizzlies.
Yeah,
She's very knowledgeable, and she gets her documentation from him, all the court dockets, everything. And that's where I'm learning most of my stuff about the Idaho case. So that's why I'm saying if you want kind of information about that, that's where you should go to be informed about how certain people know about Zaina being the last one. That's where you'd find it. And he's he's just an incredible person.
Yeah, I'm following him on Twitter right now. The docket.
Yeah.
Investigating international crimes by individuals and corporations to trigger legal action and support victims in their pursuit of justice. Part of Clooney FDN. That's what it says.
Yep, that's him. Yeah, he's just what he does for the Grizzly podcast, the documentation she gets is phenomenal. I mean, you should see some of the stuff that she comes up that nobody else has talked about or said, or it's crazy because I watch her all the time, and you, but I've missed you, but.
Well, Amy just put me on to the docket. Well, I've been on to the docket, but I haven't been on to their channel that much at least on Twitter.
Absolutely. That's what you should look at. If you got questions about that, how do you know Zena was the last person? Well, it's stuff like the docket that you can look at and answer those questions with almost certainty because he can get the stuff from the court. He gets the stuff. I don't know how he does, but he gets it from the court documents. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm checking it out right now because
okay. Well, that's just what I was saying. That's all I was.
Well, I'm glad you brought that to my attention. I'm glad you didn't
You're
just
welcome.
take off on me because I found it.
No, I just get frustrated because I just want you to hear it and I want you to see it, but I don't want to go into and call in and blah blah blah. But he's incredible.
No, thank you for bringing that to my attention because that's gonna be good. That's something great that I just learned. I mean, somebody had showed me it before, but I didn't know. They didn't explain to me what you just said.
He's very informative, very, and he will get you documents of things that you just can't believe. It's unbelievable. He's incredible.
Wow, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Thank
So
you for
take a
letting me
peek
know.
at it. You're
Most
welcome.
definitely. Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely when I'm laying down tonight, I'm gonna definitely be on the dockets page, finding out.
And if you want, look back at the Grizzly podcast and see some of the documentation she's got on the Idaho case.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate you. God bless you, and thank you for having a voice in the community.
All right, bye-bye.
God bless you. Shout out to her. Thank you. I do appreciate that. The docket. I'm looking at their channel right now. I keep saying channel, but it's Twitter. Now I'd have to go all the way down. I do see something here. Where's it at? Wow, they do got a lot of shit on here. The docket.
For having me on this evening. And I wanted to say, I was thinking about this myself. I was a TA when I was getting my PhD at the University of Miami. I was a TA, and that TA position was tied to my funding, my assistantship that paid for my entire education. So that is not something you want to lose. You do not want to risk losing something like that. And the fact that it escalated so quickly and that he was terminated in his first semester there would suggest to me that his behavior really was egregious, that it was something that had become a big problem for the department and the university. And so I wanted to just give that as a little bit of background. But to the extent that...
Hold up. What did you just say? I'm gonna look that up right now. Why you just typed that in? Why that message is on the page? Hold up. You said look up. Okay, so matter of fact, I'm just gonna go over here. So you said look up Pred, what? Predat. Predator Pre. Okay. Where is this at? Okay, here it is right here.
Okay, so before we dive into what I'm referring to about the feds screwing or attempting to screw Dylan, and give you a brief background as to who I am. So my girlfriend is in Dylan's inner circle. And by inner circle, I mean inner circle. Like they've hung out almost every day since the incident occurred. And I've seen her a plethora of times as well.
A plethora of
So
times.
you're going to notice I'm not going to use words like allegedly, supposedly, because all of this is actual firsthand factual information. Where should I start to clear things up? First of all, there's a lot of misconception about...
Now, for those wondering, this video was 3 weeks ago on this channel right here. The facts on this video has received prior permission from Dylan Mortensen to be shared with the masses. Okay. So this is 3 weeks ago.
Dylan suffering from PTSD or trauma or any of that. None of that is accurate. In fact, when we try to console Dylan after the incident, she's the one that was laughing at me and my girlfriend and I, talking about we're so weird when we tried to give her a hug and stuff. So she's still the same old Dylan. She's had a rough life, grown up. She's been through a lot. She doesn't have PTSD and didn't suffer any trauma. The incident that night, and what I'm referring to, the feds actually put a lot of words into her mouth that she didn't say herself first. So there was a lot of leading statements that they were insinuating to her, and she was really scared the first few days, obviously, after the incident occurred. So like the reason none of it makes sense in the affidavit is because it didn't really happen that way. So she never stood there shocked when she saw the individual. She was just standing in a doorway, like anybody who opens the door.
Becky says, "Sounds like
she opened
Dave."
the door and yelled at Ethan and Xana, and who she thought was their friend. She yelled at them to be quiet. That's what was going on with that situation, and she just went back into her room. She locked the door like usual, and went to sleep. Everything was quiet after she yelled at them, so she didn't think anything of it. For everyone who's creating these random stories about her being shocked or traumatized, she didn't realize anything was going on. And it might sound crazy, it might sound dumb, but she really had no clue anything was going on. They were being a little loud, so she yelled at them to be quiet. And that's it. She locked her door and she just went back to her room. And she didn't want to be nosy or anything. So, she was kind of new to that.
All right, so let's get a 1 in chat if you think this is complete bullshit, and 2 if you think it has validity to it.
House, so she didn't want to be nosy and get all up in their business, especially at in the middle of the night or early morning. So it's as simple as that. Everyone trying to blow that whole situation into something that's not. So yeah, that's that. And she didn't actually get a real good look at Brian. At the time, she assumed it was one of Xana and Ethan's friend who was just getting ready to leave, who was walking out. She didn't get that good of a look. The feds were really aggressive with Dylan the first few days, which is why she hired the attorney to begin with, because of the treatment of her during the interview, more like an interrogation, to be honest. So that's why she got an attorney, because the way they were talking to her, and they didn't really understand or believe why she's the only one alive when you can skip rooms to get to the other 2 rooms. So she didn't really like the feel of how the the interrogators or the feds were talking to her. And within like a few days after the incident, they approached her with pictures of Brian. I was like, "Is this the guy? Do you think this is the guy? This is definitely him, right?" And they were almost leading her to believe this has to be the person, and she wasn't really sure.
Sound like Joe got
but
older.
They kind of put those words in her mouth. It's almost like they were insinuating it so much to where she
It sounds
was
like Joe got
I think,
older.
yeah, no, it's definitely him. And that's when they just kind of like ran with it. So what you see in the affidavit is it didn't play out that way. So Dylan's attorney and her, and actually all of us, are pretty upset at how they threw her under the bus in the affidavit. When's the last time you've seen a witness or like a snitch in a case, their actual names being mentioned? The fact that they didn't redact it. We all think that the feds and prosecutors threw her name in there purposely to apply more pressure, because Dylan was really wishy-washy during the interrogation, and with them putting these words set in stone on paper, it kind of puts a lot of pressure on her now, because everyone views her as like some star witness, the star of the case. So that's what we all believe, that she kind of is getting screwed over by the feds and the prosecutor, because now she has to testify and she has to say
This was 3 weeks ago, allegedly. This video came out 3 weeks ago.
Kind of what words they put in her mouth instead of what she actually believed, and what she actually knows happened, like with her own words, not words that were like shoved in her mouth, So yeah, her attorney is pretty upset. She's pretty upset, but at the same time, she knows that she can be a huge help in this case. So it's not like she's identifying somebody she didn't see. It just didn't play out necessarily like, oh, bushy eyebrows. She saw bushy eyebrows, and was able to 100% identify him. It's just initially when detectives and feds came in and took over the scene. The scene had been contaminated so badly by the local authorities when they first came, first responders. They stomped all over the place, contaminated the scene. All the other people that were at the house, they were walking up and down the steps to make sure what they're seeing is what they're really seeing. So I mean, this is
do you believe this? I don't know, man. It's like this dude sounds like he's 35 to 45 or something.
This is a scene that was really badly contaminated. So to equal the playing field, the feds feel like having a star witness is is critical here. But just the way she was being interrogated initially was it's kind of crazy. It's not what you guys think. They weren't being all sensitive and gentle to her. They were really accusatory and kind of pressured, put the press on her. Thought that she might have something to do with it because it just didn't make sense to them why she's the only one alive. And on top of that, didn't see anything or really hear anything. She didn't want to be nosy, didn't want to get up in her roommate's business. She told him to be quiet. I mean, the last thing that crossed her mind was people are getting slaughtered next door and upstairs. So I think that's pretty much everything I've covered. So yeah, just to go over the whole suffering trauma. She was shocked that she saw him walk past her. Like, it's not as dramatic as you guys think. Like, he was already halfway towards the kitchen and walking out. And for all of y'all that are scratching your heads, yes, police do lie. They've kind of thrown everybody around the ringer through this whole case from the very start. And you have to think about it. Why would a survivor, a victim, have to hire an attorney? Obviously, they were mistreating her pretty badly as they're interrogating her, and especially now throwing her name in the affidavit like that. That's all because they're pretty upset she hired an attorney to begin with. And because they want to put a lot of pressure on her from the public for her to be the star witness. But aside from that, she's doing good. She's the same old Dylan. Yeah, no, there's no trauma, PTSD, anything. She really feels for her friends who are deceased, and she does beat herself up a little bit about not being more involved in the situation that night. But realistically, I mean, something like that is not going to cross your mind that something like that's taking place in your house. So yeah, she does feel for the family, and she's really saddened by the whole situation. But as far as her as an individual, she's still the same person. She's not like a traumatized individual. So yeah, I think I pretty much covered everything. And
hold up, now I want to see if you have a video. So that's the only video you got. It's Predator. What? Predator Prey? Like, I don't even know if I can take Predator Prey serious. I'm just being honest with you, man. I don't know if I can take that serious. That's a grain of salt to me. I would not cash that in the bank if I was you. But hey, I mean, if it ends up being right, then I was wrong. That's what I think about that. I think it's a bit of both. So to him, feds, law enforcement are liars. Okay, will be called, but don't know why. I believe she did call them to yell at them for the noise, not to see if they were in danger. This guy sounds weird. Then why was she in shock? You can't have multiple bullshit. That's what Scotty said. Autumn says always hire an attorney, ESP, in a high-profiled case. For real, though. That's what I think you were saying. Sounds screwed if you're not traumatized after seeing what she's seen. Right. How can anyone be the same? The same old. Nah, if she is happy-go-lucky, nope. If this guy is not lying, now I really think she had something to do with it. Why would law enforcement treat her badly if she was a surviving victim? Says Easter. Yeah, I mean, you got a good point there. Why would law enforcement treat her badly? I kind of agree with that, honestly. But then again, I mean, when they don't have nobody, they will jump down your throat. So at some point, if they did jump down her throat and she's like, oh, I'll lawyer her up or whatever, you know, which it does happen. They start going, you know, if they don't have any answers, they get feisty. Well, I'm not the same person, and I don't know any of the four. I'm sickened by this. Huh. Tell me again. The Chicanti. One laying dead in the doorway and one standing in the doorway in a frozen state and witnessed the intruder able to retreat back into her room and lock the door. Did she make a call at 4:45 a.m.? That is, yeah. You're welcome, Barbara. Did she make a call at 4:45 a.m.? Dean, what's going on? How could he say it wasn't that dramatic? Gotta agree with that. Same old Dylan. If this is true, it's going to blow the case. I don't think law enforcement liars. They may have same problems as most of the rest. Meaning, you know, like all of us. We all have problems, right? Wow, weird. Only one video. Even more sketchy. So getting followers and subscribers wasn't the case.
Oh, my God.
So let's read the description box. They said read the description box. So let's go ahead and bring that up right there. Fuck it. Let's make it big enough for everybody to see it. Here you go. There's your description box. The facts in this video has received prior permission from Dylan Mortensen to be shared with the masses. There's plenty of other details and information she has allowed me to release, but this was the most important fact that she wanted to clear up first. There's 4 shocking details she has been specifically instructed by the prosecutor that she cannot release. Hopefully this helps clear a lot of speculation going around YouTube, etc. This was January 13th, 2023, by the way. So there you go on that part. I don't know, man. I don't know. Remember, she was in shock state for 8 hours. This guy is bullshit, says Scotty. A lot of cops are liars. Cops are human. What are humans? That humans lie, right? I don't think she would yell at them. She was the newest roommate. I think it's BS. She heard a lot and seen them deceased. No PTSD? Question mark. We only heard shock through the affidavit. Right. A shock state. Right? Wasn't it like shock state or frozen? My bad. I didn't even know I had the lines clogged up. People are trying to call in. I see people trying to call in at what? 1:30. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. The lines are open. You can't call in. I don't know why I had it on Do Not Disturb, but I don't think she was in shock. He is saying the caps added that in, or the cops. I think that's just you just fucked up on the, or you know what I'm talking about. I don't think she was in shock. He is saying the cops added that in. She was mad thinking it was noise. Right. He died on my birthday. Dylan is dealing with more than you could ever know until that you experience some shit like this. Vicky says, are you fucking kidding me? Wow. God forgive you. Don't fall for this nonsense. That video just made it look worse for her. Right. Did they say what was in the food bag? I don't know. Not that I know of. Wouldn't she have signed a statement with the police? Law enforcement cannot lie in the affidavit. Law enforcement, Mind Over Matter says law enforcement knows those victims screamed for their lives. Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt. T-REV, hoodie me. What you need a giveaway hoodie? I might do that this week sometime. Hoodie giveaway or something. But yeah, hold up. Let's go back to where I was. Get off of that.
That this letter, which I don't believe the letter has been completely
reached a tipping point.
Yet,
let's hear what he says.
And the timeline is true. Then this is something that could have absolutely contributed to him reaching a tipping point in his rage and anger and leading him to strike out in this terrible
Which video? We played it.
Murder situation.
Yeah, we don't have our hands on the letter yet, but we've had the essence of it authenticated by a source close to the investigation, and that's the next best thing without actually getting your hands on a copy of the termination letter. And obviously, you know, when it comes to those kinds of, you know, staff and policy, you know, obviously administrative staff policies, employment records are pretty private. It's hard to get your hands.
Somebody wants to call in. Let's see. 516, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, 516, you're in the mix. What's good?
What's going on, bro? Shit, bro. Just listening to the show, man. I just wanted to call in and you know, just talk about the surviving you know, roommate Dylan. I think the video you played was, I mean, I think it's probably bullshit, but I mean, I think it still makes some kind of sense to where he's saying that I'm guessing she just didn't realize. I mean, I was one of the people that was kind of ragging on her, but I kind of you know, stopped doing that once the family started saying, you know, Dylan, you know, they don't feel any type of way towards it. But then I guess today they said Ethan's family felt some type of way about it. Which, I mean, I always felt some type of way about it, how you didn't call the police. But then the affidavit comes out and we learn more information about how long these stabbings took. And it really only took, like, it said he was only in there for like 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Like, he wasn't stabbing people for an hour. He wasn't stabbing people and killing people for hours. So it's like, maybe he just did it so quick to that it just sounded like Ethan and Dana were just having like a dispute or something like that. And it wasn't, you know what I mean? I honestly, maybe that was the case where it just sounded like Ethan and Dana were having a dispute and she just didn't want to get involved and she just heard crying. But at the same time, it's, Banfield she came out and was saying that, you know, Xana had defensive wounds. She had her fingers damn near cut off. So it's kind of weird how there wasn't like screaming and belching and just agony and pain. Like, I don't get that part. And also I don't get the part where he didn't check Dylan's room. How did he not check Dylan's room? I've seen all layouts of the house. That door is right there. Like, that door it's there. It's just no way you couldn't have checked the room. I know she said she locked her room, but as soon as you enter that house, you're gonna open that door. Like, you had, like, it just didn't make any sense to me how he didn't clear every room and how she even survived. I think she either got lucky or I don't know. It's just a weird case.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a weird case. I mean, where you at with it as far as, I mean, do you think that BK is the right man?
Yeah, BK's the right guy. He's a killer, man. He's for sure the killer. The DNA on the sheath, everything, man.
So you don't think anybody acted with him on this at all?
No, I think his father might have helped him a little bit, but it's definitely him. He's definitely the killer, the DNA, everything.
Do you think maybe he had a conversation with his father about it?
As far as a talk with his father, like, I think maybe he might have alluded that he did something terribly wrong, and that he maybe needs some help, or maybe he alluded like, hey, Dad, I'm going through some shit right now. I just need you with me right now. I need someone with me. He didn't probably tell him directly, but he probably alluded to something terrible happening that he needed him to be with him for comfort.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, no doubt. No, I'm just, man, I don't know, everything that's coming out after the fact, like, you got the, you know, Ethan, that's the thing that gets to me the most. I know they've seen some of the stuff that in the case. They've had to see some shit in the case, Ethan's family. And then when, questions answered by Dylan, it just, I don't know, that speaks volumes to me.
Yeah, man, like,
that's just me though.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of things don't sit right with me in the case. It's just weird. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like, it's fucked what happened. It's fucked that she didn't call the cops, but it's what's done. It's done. You feel me? It's over. Like it's what's done. It's done. And right now, it's this guy has to go to jail. He just has to face his time, and they got to do a psych eval of this guy. So maybe they could stop future Bryan Kobergers. But I mean, it's what's unfortunately what's done it's done. It's over. So you just got to get this scumbag in prison for life. And the thing is, the whole trial, man. This is why it's to me, it's just like a game to me now. It feels like everyone is just trying to nitpick little things to attack in the affidavit. Like I'm speaking about a defense attorney, so they're just nitpicking nonsense, and they're gonna try to find, at this point, what's left in this case is just if the defense can find an incompetent enough jury to say that that he is not the killer, which I doubt will happen. I don't think people are that incompetent, but we'll just have to see.
I mean, if there's a sufficient amount of evidence that is just stacking up, man, you could,
Yeah, bro.
If you beat around that shit, bro, I'd be surprised. I mean, there's got to be a stacked up amount of evidence against Bryan Koberger, not just the DNA under the sheath either.
Right. And imagine what they have on his computer, what they're gonna find on his computer. You got the feds going through your laptop, computer, and cell phone. Imagine the evidence. Imagine the shit he's looking up. He's like fucked. He's fucked. They got the feds looking through his computer. Like he's done.
Right. Yep. No, the stuff that he was looking up, again, how can I not get my DNA on? He's probably,
right.
And that's speculating. That's me speculating, but I'm sure there, somebody with a mind like of killing people definitely either looked it up somewhere, looked things up, watched certain things. That's going to be interesting to find out.
The thing is, though, he thinks he's smart because I'm already thinking about the defense. Oh, well, he's a criminology major. Well, of course he would be looking up this stuff. So I'm already thinking about that. But it's just, it's just things. It's just he wanted to. I feel like he wanted to be in law enforcement. Like he's like the perfect type of guy who wants to be in law enforcement. Just look at his history, his background. He was bullied. He wants to now power. He wants power over people. Now, as a law enforcement, he'll then have power over people's lives, over, if he feels good that day, or if he wants to give someone a ticket, or if this guy's resisting, he wants to pull out his gun and shoot him. He now has that power, and that's what he always wants. The killer wants power over life. He wants to be like God, and that's what that type of job. I'm not saying all police are scumbags, but that's why a lot of people get into that. That job is kind of like an open door to someone who's like that personality, that likes to have power, and that's what it is. And but it is what it is, though. But we definitely want to see the trial. They definitely need to stop that gag order, because either way, bro, the gag order makes no sense. The case is everywhere. The case is all over the internet. The case is it's pretty much a world, America-wide, statewide case. Like the gag order kind of makes no sense to me, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Excuse me. I don't know if I'm catching a cold or what, but damn, I'll be a call.
Yeah, but yo, bro, if you can, bro, I think it'll be interesting if you go in more detail. If you could go over the Judd case. If you could go in more details on that, I think that'll be interesting too. Go over the other cases, like unsolved ones in that area.
When I'm talking, when I talk to his mom, I'm gonna get all that information from her. Because I already spoke to her briefly, but I gotta actually I gotta get together with her somewhere, whether I don't know if she knows how to work the internet or what, but get the details, the 411 on that, because I don't know what they have in that case and what they don't have.
Right, exactly. For sure, man. Definitely. I think that case, they said it's not connected, but I mean, it's the same MO, and if it's not him, then it's another killer like him. Like it's just an odd situation.
Definitely is that. It's definitely odd, bro. It's more than odd. I don't know, man. It just don't. This case is gonna haunt me until I know, and until I get and until I see the trial, and after the trial, it's gonna haunt me after that, because I'm, we're gonna, from what we know now until what we'll know then, is gonna be groundbreaking for us.
Definitely. And there was also a video that Crime Circus made about, he went a little detail about like the vision of Bryan Koberger. And we go back to, to where he said, did he see, how did he not check Dylan's room? How did he not see her standing there? We have to go back to his vision, his visual snow. It's black. It could be staticky in there. He says in that post, he has literally no, side. I forgot the term for side vision. That's funny. He has no, what's it called? He has no, like, peripheral vision. He has zero peripheral, like his peripheral is shot. That's what he said. So he could have just been hyped up and just walked right past her, bro. And the fact that she said, like, she was yelling at them to be quiet, maybe he got spooked and like, oh shit, someone else is here. Let me just get the fuck out of here. But either way, he's fucked, and it's a good thing.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you, man.
Yeah,
Thank you for calling in and having a voice in the community, my boy. I've been under suspension for damn 7 days, so I ain't been able to go live.
It's been dry, bro.
It's been dry. It's been dry because I ain't been able to do shit but sit here, and I have another channel, but it only has like 500 subscribers, so like not many people know about it. And not only that, it's for something totally different than this. So
yeah, I feel you. Yeah, bro, I'm gonna be tuned in, bro. I'm glad you're back and shit.
Yeah, no doubt, my brother. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you, man, and hopefully I hear from you again soon, my boy.
All right, buddy.
All right, man. Take care. God bless you. Shout out to him, man. You want to call in? It's 219-885-9693. He is not fucked. Hugs and kisses, everyone. Miss you all. I think he was part of another girl that lived behind 1122 on the dead end road, and I think that was his way of finding out exactly where the girls lived. I don't know. I feel like he was scoping that. He had to be like scoping that area. I'm telling you, he could have easily slashed their throat and stopped that. Hold up. Damn. He could have easily slashed their throat and stopped them immediately, which would be pretty quiet. Xana may have been encountered in her doorway, and Ethan may have been drunk in bed and easy to take, which is a very good point. It's a very good point. I think, okay, I seen that. He's not fucked. Get on Rumble, says Maldy Mama. I'll make one. I'll make a Rumble. Thank you, caller. We appreciate it. I think truth and transparency is nothing but a conspiracy. She was Lena Shazman. Looked at it. What? I'm confused. What's going on in here? Thank you, Be Happy. I appreciate you. Was it treatment or interrogation? He will be fine. The prosecution has no case. The defense will eat up Dylan Mortensen. Damn, a lot of people been saying that. That's crazy. Hold up.
Hands on those things.
I want to jump back to
curious about
this.
Yeah, I was so curious when you said that for you, the teaching assistant job was tied to the actual program. And I'm guessing that that's not a far stretch to suggest the accommodations that were on campus as well might have been part of that too. So there could have been a lot of stress. What I can't understand is the utter bravado that it would take if all of that was on the line and you're getting warning after warning and a helping hand to try to work through your problems. What kind of personality do you think this is that would literally thumb his nose at the authority that hold his future in their hands?
Great question. And this crime that he committed is actually a mass murder. But I've been saying for some time now that the more that we learn about him, his development and his progression seems more similar to a serial killer. And I've studied serial killers extensively for some time. And so this didn't just happen, Ashley. I think that he was evolving, developing over a period of time. And he reached a tipping point where he simply couldn't take it anymore. And he had to act out on his fantasy of killing. And so something like this, where the rug had been pulled out from under him, his funding, his home, as you said,
I'm not seeing it on YouTube, and I'm looking right now.
which I do believe was probably tied to his assistantship and his TA position, it could have just pushed him over the edge to the point that he had to act out. And because the escalation was already there. As you said, he was in trouble by September, by October. The murders took place in November, but he already knew that he was in deep trouble by then.
Well, he still has the presumption of innocence, and these are allegations against him until they're proven in a court of law. So at this point, he is an accused quadruple murderer. I'm still just so astounded by the sexism and the allegations that he was grading the women differently than the men, and that to me would be a big, red flag for those teachers, or should have been, and perhaps they did catch it very quickly as they started right in September. Can't thank you enough. So just so enlightening. Dr. Bond, thank you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Have a good evening.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation. I think it's important because in the Idaho murder case, there's been a lot of focus on the chief defendant in the case, Bryan Koberger. And now we are learning a few things were happening in that man's life leading up to and right after the murders. Things like being investigated by his own school, Washington State University, where he was working as a teaching assistant. And apparently the investigation wasn't going well. He was warned time after time after time to cut back on the bad behavior. We're told behavioral problems specifically. But time after time after time, he didn't. He got more feisty and belligerent, even arguing with his professors, until they finally decided, you're fired. That's right. Bryan Koberger was fired as a teaching assistant from Washington State University. I have the actual specifics of this, and I wanted to sort of go through what we have come to learn was the sort of timeline of his warnings and all of the things that were listed on a termination letter that Coburger himself was given right before they cut the cord with him. So I'm going to just watch some of these so I don't get them wrong. But the highlights, or lowlights, I guess you might call them, was that he had a sexist attitude towards females that he interacted with at the school, that he was rude to the women, and then get this, as a teaching assistant, he apparently graded the women differently than he graded the men. Here is the alleged language that was included in his termination letter along with the timeline, starting on September 23rd. And by our math, that's about 1 month into his brand new job as a teaching assistant in his doctoral program, which may or may not have been tied to his teaching job. September 23rd, Coburger apparently has an altercation with one of the professors named Dr. Snyder. Just 10 days later, on October 3rd, the letter outlines that they had met to, quote, discuss the norms of professional behavior. And then 18 days after that, on October the 21st, Dr. Snyder emails Bryan Koberger to say that he has, quote, failed to meet the expectations that were outlined in the discussions they'd had before. 12 days after that, on November the 2nd, they met again to discuss what they called an improvement plan. And then on December 7th, that's about, well, let's cut to actually 12 days later. Well, it's 11 days.
Yeah, is it from a trusted source? That's a good question.
They have the meeting to discuss the improvement plan. And 11 days later, on November 13th, the murders are carried out. Then cut forward to 24 days beyond, and that's December 7th. That's when there was another meeting with the professors. And this was supposed to be about the progress of the, quote, improvement plan. Apparently, it didn't go too well because 2 days later, on December 9th, he had another altercation with Dr. Snyder. And here's the quote, in which it became apparent that you had not made progress regarding professionalism.
Send
2
it.
days after that, December 19th, Bryan Kohberger is officially terminated by Washington State University. And some are reporting that he was withdrawn from the data system 3 days later on December the 22nd. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find.
I didn't hear that.
I can't understand anybody who would admire someone like this. So I am being told that the letters are going to Coburger's attorney first, who's taking a look through them, and then they're going off to the authorities for follow-up. And by the way, those are the kinds of things that can get you in a whole heap of trouble if you threaten someone's life. So, Dr. Aaron, can you dovetail off of what Larry just said about the kind of person? I mean, for instance, Brittany Hislop.
I don't know.
What exactly would they possibly see in
Defense
someone whose
maybe.
headlines are only awful?
Yeah, I think he made a really good point where I think, first of all,
Rachel said
there's this allure of the bad boy, you know, and maybe a lot of women are attracted to bad boys generally, you know, who are kind of confident and they're rule breakers or whatever. That may be attractive to a lot of women. But in addition, this is a bad boy who's a captive audience. And this is an individual who is not going anywhere. This is an individual that's not going to leave them. This is a guy who's always going to be there and probably is so bored that
It's
he's
weird
always
because they
going
said
to be
he was giving
receptive
good
to their
grades
letters.
after the-
So this is kind of a fantasy scenario of a
That
kind
is
of
weird,
a true
too.
love with the ideal bad boy. You know, and the fantasy is so strong that kind of maybe some of the details are a little bit less relevant because the main thing.
That's it. That's exactly where I was going with this. Is this a compartmental, well, literally a willful blindness to the horrors that he visited upon these 4 innocent children, to the horror that they went through in the last moments of their life, to the horrors that have been left behind
see
for
that?
their families, to the horrors for everyone else who feels now like we know these 4 kids and can't imagine that someone could do this? Are these people just that clueless, or are they just that unkind to humanity that they could just compartmentalize that stuff away?
They're lonely. I think it's a very self-centered focus because the fantasy predominates everything.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television, and then a whole bunch of other people who are more like ticking time bombs and would like to see him blown up. Because as it turns out, there are multiple letters coming in to the Moscow jail, and they are threatening the life of Bryan Kohberger. And they are not treated like the love letters, slightly different. For that, I turn to the guy I know who knows everything about prisons and jails, and that's Larry Levine. He's the director and the founder of Wall Street Prison Consultants, and also with me tonight, Dr. Michael Aaron. He is a psychotherapist and a certified sex therapist specializing in fetishes. I think he might be able to get me off the ledge on this one. First to you, Larry Levine. When a threatening letter comes in, ultimately saying that they want to see this guy dismembered or whatever it is they're threatening,
Right.
what's the protocol? Does he get to see these letters?
No, they're not going to do that, and
Yeah,
they're
they
going to
can't prove it with the gag order.
postal inspector, and they'll launch an investigation and try to track the letters back. But you know, this is nothing new. Look at Jodi Arias, the Menden brothers, Scott Peterson, Charles Manson. They all received letters. I mean, Charles Manson married somebody that was writing letters to them. It's these women that. I spoke to Jacqueline Pavillari, my colleague, who's a psychologist, and she said that these women are insecure and they lack self-esteem, and that they find that the men, they're not available, but they are. They know that they're not cheating on them.
Thank you for watching.
They create that. They create that. Hold on.
Doctor, it's great to see you. Thanks so much for coming on.
Man, I'm tired of hearing about this shit. Shut the fuck up. Sorry, guys. I'm just saying. You know? I don't want to hear about it no more. I want to see this.
Well, hello there. How you doing? Need a third, don't I? So I can, like, crack them out in a row. Y'all are my babies. Does that work? No, that's kind of an end thing, isn't it? Anyway, I digress. I'm on it today. So, look, Bryan Koberger, Idaho 4. It's not a lot going on. There was a couple of things that I just wanted to mention quite briefly and bring your attention to, which some of you who are still following this may find quite interesting.
I want to hear. Somebody sent
The
me this
first
video,
being
so we'll
the
check it out.
conflict of interest between the attorneys. So it would appear one of the victims' mums, Cara Northington, not Canodal. So she was given an attorney, and this attorney is actually Bryan Koberger's attorney, so they have had to get a new attorney. So yeah, that was quite an
Harsh
odd
reality.
one. Bit of a conflict of interest
Make sure you
there
show
to
them
have
some love.
one of the victims of the Idaho 4 killings having the same attorney as
No, I haven't.
the person who did it, potentially. So yeah, thank you for those who did point that out. There's the paperwork to show that that is indeed being dealt with and that has been swapped out. Wow. But anyway, look, that's, you know, that's being sorted. That's being sorted. We're not going to mention the fact that, you know, why is one of the victims' mums needing an attorney, because we've done this before, including someone who reached out and offered me an interview with Xana's mum if I kept my mouth shut, and we swiftly told them to go and fuck themselves. But look, so can you remember right at the beginning of this case, there was a few people about, weren't there? You know, when we didn't have an arrest, we didn't know what was going on. The likes of Hoodie Guy, Jack, you know, they all got put in the firing line. And, you know, it's not right, but it happens and it's going to continue happening. It's just the way things are, because in these sorts of scenarios, there are historic cases that kind of get thrust into the limelight and say, look, this is who did it in this one, this is who did it in this one.
Right.
You know, the Watts case, look who it was, you know, and I could go on, Brian Laundry, so on and so forth. Do you know what I mean? And you know what I'm trying to get at. The issues is in a lot of these
he's fucking right about this, I'm telling you.
Cases, the people closest to the victims are generally the people who it turns out was the perpetrator. And you're not ever going to be able to stop people thinking that they are the people involved. But one of the other people who was involved in this was Inan Harsh. Now, Inan Harsh came out of the gates and was quite a bizarre character. You know, he made some statements that didn't put him in the best light. You know, he was playing with knives and stuff like that and made some random comments online. But you will remember that he was the person who first mentioned that there was a recording. He'd heard something, he'd heard a scream, so on and so on. Now, I'm not going to go into the details of it because there is a video link in the description of this video, and I want you to go and check that out. This person has put this together, and they've done it very well, and I think that you should go and show them some love. But this is what I just want to say off the back end of that, so you'll understand where I'm coming from when you watch that video.
Oh, we're going to watch it, all right?
We as content creators need to be incredibly careful what we do. Now, we can sit there and we can speculate. We can say, this is what we think. What do you think? And have backwards and forwards conversations. And, you know, there's some channels that are very good at that. But there are some channels that are very, very...
I've been here the whole time. I'm telling you, I've been here the whole entire time. You haven't realized that?
Bad at that. And sadly, some of these channels that are bad at it are also very good at convincing people that the information that they are putting out has been
legitimate.
verified.
Right.
And then that becomes very damaging. Now, with regards to Inan Harsh specifically, now he had obviously spoken about what he had heard on that night. And you'll watch that video and you'll see. But what then happens is a YouTube channel then puts out information surrounding an audio recording or things being said that then gets debunked because of what and how they've done it. So then automatically anything that Inan Harsh then says is either scrutinized over and made it look like he could potentially be dodgy himself, or that it gets mixed up, the truths and the falsities.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Don't think it is. But we can make it a word. You know, words come from somewhere. Why can't we make our own falsities? And look, at the end of the day, we need to do better as content creators. Now, if we are speculating, say we are speculating. If we have someone on the show who is saying something,
he's right too. Like that's why I say when I go and making a statement, I'm like, I'm just pure speculating. So please don't go say this. Don't say this is true because I'm speculating. He's right. A lot of content creators need to say that because a lot of people really look up to some of us and they will take words that we say and run to other channels and be like, well, I heard this. Well, if you say you're speculating, then everyone will know that you were just speculating and not saying, hey, this is the truth. And that's what people get. That's where people get shit confused as they go and they say, well, T-REV said this, or well, T-REV got his call from this and he said this about this. And they'll be like, man, he said it was this guy the whole time. No, I didn't. You're putting words in my mouth. Allegedly, speculation. He's right.
Then
so you got to
get
understand
them to absolutely prove what they're saying. If they're saying they've spoken to someone or they got sent a message or then show the message.
Exactly.
Prove it. Prove it beyond a reasonable doubt that what this person is saying that you are pushing as complete and utter accuracy. Because if you don't, this is what happens. We will have complete conflicts of information.
Speculation.
Like, as an example, Bryan Koberger went into the Mad Greek restaurant at least twice. He was seen and had pizza. They remembered he had pizza. So you push that across as absolute fact. Then you have someone coming out as, again, absolute fact. Bryan Koberger hasn't been in this restaurant. So you have then conflicts of information.
Exactly.
And that's what you can't have. You know, I know it's frustrating. I know this waiting game is annoying as fuck. But we have to do it. We have to do it. And, you know, this channel here and the community on this channel, I absolutely love you. You are all absolutely fantastic. 99.995% of you, because we can have speculation, we can discuss speculation, we can discuss our thoughts and feelings around it, and for the most part we can do that in an adult manner. But we don't come onto the channel and push something and say this is a fact. We just don't, unless it can be said that it is 100% fact. It will not be said to be fact. And people in this arena need to be better. I've fucked up in the past and had to then come back on and say something else and put it right. You know.
I fucked up in the past myself. So I understand.
Nobody is impervious to error. But we have got to do better to make sure that what we are talking about is right. And where people can easily get confused on what you're saying, the difference between speculation and absolute fact, we have to be more clear on that. but go and check that video out. And has Anand Harsh, because of the issues that were caused on social media, did a lot of his information that was actually critical to this case and potentially what happened and who was involved, did that get overlooked and disregarded? And was Anand Harsh not, in fact, the idiot or the dodgy person that we all believed him to be, but could he be a key witness, the zero to hero of this case? Go on,
Zero to hero? Could he be? Let's check this video.
Hey everybody, tonight I wanted to
True
talk
crime
about
time.
who I think is going to be a very important witness for the prosecution at the Bryan Koberger trial. Now, if you've been following this case from the beginning, you might be surprised at who this person is, because at one point, according to a lot of the people in the public, this person was actually considered a suspect. Now, one thing I enjoy doing when I'm looking at a case like this is circling back to the beginning of the timeline. I like to review old video footage, witness statements, old news articles that came out, especially things that came out immediately after the crime occurred, before things started to get diluted and covered up.
So go to get some biscuits out here.
It's always fun when you find something back then that, had you known what you know now, you could have really made more sense of what was going on. Now, many of you will recall that early on in the case, before we had a suspect, there were a lot of names being thrown around in the public on who could have done it, including Jack D. Remember the hoodie guy, Jack S. We had Adam involved. And then there were a couple of neighbors that were witnesses as well. One of those neighbors, Jeremy Reagan, went into the police on his own to give them his DNA because there was so much talk going around on if he had done the crime.
I don't got no problem with truth and transparency. I see people in the comments that do, but I don't share the same view as everybody else. You know what I mean? Everybody's going to be open to who they like and who they don't. I have no problem with truth and transparency whatsoever.
Or not. Remember, this was early on in the case, and the public was really scrutinizing everybody as a possible suspect. Now, I'll admit I did look at one of those neighbors very closely, although I never did really think he would have done the crime. Anand Harsh really stood out to a lot of people because he sort of put himself in the spotlight during this case. He started doing media appearances, he created a YouTube channel, started posting, and it seemed he was trying to leverage the attention he was getting to generate some sort of fame. And that really rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Thank you, Joy.
Back when I was looking at everybody in the case, I definitely took a close look at Anand, and I had actually gone to his YouTube channel and checked out the videos that he had posted. He did a lot of fire spinning and showed some stuff of him at work working as a chef. Pretty normal stuff overall. But to a lot of people at the time, Anand was the #1 suspect up until Bryan was captured. So Anand lived right here in these two large buildings right across the road from the King Road house where the murders occurred. The interesting thing about Anand as well was he came home at about 1:30 in the morning from work, and he also had stated that he may have heard a scream around 4 a.m.
Thank you, Joy.
Initially, when we heard that, a lot of us wrote it off because we were under the impression that the crimes occurred between 3 and 4. So when we heard 4 a.m., we just kind of thought, well, that's outside of the timeline, and probably didn't put as much focus on it as we should have. So earlier today, I had thought about Anand, and I went, where's Anand? I hadn't heard anything from this
Nothing
guy.
wrong with
He
no
was really
ganja.
in the spotlight. I wanted to know what he thought, about who they caught. So I went over to Anand's YouTube page, and I noticed he hadn't posted anything since about December 23rd. I did think that was a bit strange, so I decided to take a look at an interview that Anand had done a while back where he told the story of what he did on the night that he came home from work on the night of the murders. There were two things that stood out to me while rewatching this interview, and I think these two things are going to be very important pieces during the trial. So I'm going to show you those 2 clips and then explain what it is that he said that I think is going to be very important in court when he testifies. This first clip is going to be Enon talking about the scream that he heard around 4 a.m. Remember, everybody, this was back when we were all still under the impression that everybody was asleep in the home. So we may not have been looking as closely to what he was saying as being valid. Nobody else had reported hearing a scream. And that's what was unusual about Enon. The other thing that jumped out at me when I watched this again is the fact that he says it was a male he heard screaming. Now that we know the victims were not asleep during the attacks, it really adds a new emphasis on the fact that he said he heard a male screaming at around 4 a.m. when we know these crimes were going on. There was also some audio going around for a while that was supposedly from the neighbor's Ring cam that had recorded
it was
the
fake.
Attacks.
Fake.
It was later debunked by that neighbor, saying that that was not the audio that they had captured. We don't know for sure if that was the real audio. I do believe that there could be additional audio that the police have and are analyzing. But again, it's very interesting that Enon says he heard a male screaming back then. And then later on, when that audio is released, we do hear a male screaming. Even though that audio was debunked, we don't know if that was just damage control because that audio was not supposed to have been released. So here's the video clip where he talks about that scream.
I came in and, it was like surprisingly like pretty empty that night. Like none of the houses and like that on those like 2 streets were having parties, which was like kind of unusual. And then I went home, was like making some tea, just like doing some contact staff drills and like stretching. I think I played a game of League, and then I went to bed. And then as I was falling asleep, it usually takes me like 30 minutes to an hour to fall asleep. Like I don't know. I guess I dismissed like initially like one of my neighbors returning hello after me. So I heard like, a car shut, a door shut, and then like, apartment door shut, and like also like a scream. But like, that's like normal. Like I always hear like screaming almost every Saturday night. So like I didn't really like think of it. And so, but like just looking back, I was like, I wonder if like, that wasn't just like some drunk dude like screaming, right? Like it's actually like the murder.
So very interesting to me, everybody. I do think that
now, if you listen to that, I don't know. Do you think he is a hold up? I just thought of something. And you guys can answer in the comments. And I don't know if you know this or not, or even know where this dude's at, but has he been talking since there's been a gag order? That's all I want to know. Has Enon talked after the gag order?
Enon does know a little bit more than we think at this point. Now, this next clip is the one that's really interesting to me. Now, pay really close attention to this clip because you're going to hear Enon tell us how he had been noticing out-of-state license plates in the area quite a bit. But then he goes on to tell us that there was a white car that he had seen in the lot with an out-of-state license plate. When I initially heard this, I thought he just said, yeah, there was a white car in the lot with an out-of-state license plate. But what he actually says is there's a white car in the lot, a lot. And then he goes on to tell us that it's the only car that he remembers that didn't seem like somebody who lived there. Now, everybody, what this means is in addition to the cell phone pings, we have an eyewitness also who has been seeing that white Elantra in the lot coming around a lot with an out-of-state license plate. Now, he wasn't sure what state that was, but I do believe that it was a Pennsylvania license plate that Enon was seeing on the white Elantra. So let's take a look at that clip right now.
And I don't know, I saw like, I think it was a kind of like a deserty. It might have been, it was either like Arizona, it might even been Colorado, but I think, or like Montana. And like I saw one of those cars like parked up on the hill of our lot a lot. I'm wondering if it was a white Elantra. I'm thinking back and I can't remember. Like I don't want to say it was or not, but that was the only other car I noticed that didn't seem like someone that lives there. I don't know.
Now, once again, everybody, this is before we knew about the cell phone pings and the fact that Bryan had been coming near the house multiple times in the months and weeks leading up to the murders. Everybody, I do believe that Enon is going to be a very important witness for the prosecution in establishing their probable cause for securing the warrant. This is
Thank you, Kelly.
Going to support those cell phone pings as an eyewitness who also saw that vehicle there and recognized an out-of-state license plate. And most importantly, I want to know what you all think about these findings. I love hearing everybody's comments and feedback. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, I think we've seen this. Or not this, but this dude. Subscribe. What do y'all think about that? What's your thoughts on that? What is your thoughts on that? What time is it? 2:37? How long have I been live? 4 hours and 53 minutes? I got to go to my doctor's at 3:15. And it's about 15 minutes from here. 3:15. Oh, let me do some calculation here. 2:38. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get off and get ready to go to my doctor's. I got a 3:15 appointment. It's right around the corner, but I'll be back on probably tonight. I'll probably be back on tonight. If I'm not on tonight, I will be in the morning. Thank you, everybody that was here. I appreciate you. We are back, baby. Rev Gang in the building. You cannot stop me. I'm going to be live every single day, whether you like it or not. And all of you and whoever, what did I just miss? What? Oh, okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. I got to know for the 5 gifted. I appreciate you. I seen something go on and I was like, what was going on? Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm about to head to my doctor's real quick, but I'm probably going to be back tonight because I've been itching to go live. I had to go to my doctor's right around the corner, but yes, I will be back. Guarantee it. Love you. And I'll end it out like this. How about this right here? Let's do that. Hold up. Let's end it out this way. Where's it at? I need to hurry up before I miss my damn doctor. Just dropped this yesterday on the channel. This dropped this yesterday on the channel. It's me and my pops. Suicide prevention. Me and my dad made this song together. Hope you guys enjoy. I'll end the live out with this. Love you all. See you tonight. Possibly tonight. At the latest in the morning.
Man, I gotta try to get away. Tired of masquerading all this pain. Prisoner locked inside my brain. Most of the time, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, this demon's heavy on my chest. Spitting lies in my ears, he won't let me rest. Everything he says is crazy, insane. No one in the right mind, I wouldn't be thinking this way. I'm engulfed in this madness, I'm engulfed in the confusion, entangled in the web. He's preying on my ruin. I'm praying to God that he breaks these chains, that he'll evict the demon and let me breathe again. Man, I gotta try to get away. Tired of masquerading all this pain. Prisoner locked inside my brain. Most of the time, I don't know what I'm doing. Man, I have to try to get away. Tired of masquerading all this pain. Prisoner locked inside my brain. Most of the time, I don't know what I'm doing. Yo. Locked in my brain and I'm going insane. I'm feeling this way every day that I wake. The demons in my mind are taking me away. If I don't do nothing now, then I'ma end up in my grave. I just wanna make a change, but I'm always getting stopped by the thoughts of my mind. Yeah, they come and they haunt and they want me to lay there in the dark and hardcore and everything that happened from the start. I used to sit on my bed with a gun in my mouth just to think about going and laying it down. And then now that I think about that, I pray to God, hoping that I can turn it around. My life has been a fucked up mess. I used to move weight so I could try to get a check, and I was bringing in the money and it didn't do the trick, cause I was cocking back the pistol ready to bust off a clip. I think I'm sick. I wanna make a change cause I'm tired of living in a circumstance where I can't make a decision. My mind is missing. I'm trying to find the piece that I lost cause I think it's hidden. Everything in my heart is so dark. Grab your oven mittens. I just want a better life. I just want to do it right. Lord, please come and help me. I'm about to take my life. Now I'm sitting on this bed with the gun to my head, cause these thoughts in your mind will consume you till you're dead. Man, I gotta try to get away. Tired of masquerading all this pain. Prisoner locked inside my brain. Most of the time I don't know what I'm doing. Man, I have to try to get away. Tired of masquerading all this pain. Prisoner locked inside my brain. Most of the time I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah.